I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most, the friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience.
Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Universal Tennis lives everywhere. Whether you're jumping back into the sport you love,
Great, man. Thanks.
finding an opponent who can keep you at peak performance, or pushing beyond your mental and physical limits to excel under pressure. Your ideal match is out there.
Come on!
Universal Tennis brings you together. Download the app today and enter a whole new world of tennis.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
Huge congratulations to Fiona Crowley, this year's champion.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. The LED lights have given us so many advantages, just being able to turn the lights on instantaneously, not waiting for them to have to warm up, just being economic friendly and allowing us to run the facility at a less cost. And then the liner made such a big difference. We didn't have a liner before, and so being able to have that reflectivity and be able to just have a clean look around the facility. Recently, we were able to host matches for the ITA All-American Championships on the courts, and we got so many comments that it was just as bright inside as out, and that's what we had hoped for. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most, the friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience.
Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Universal Tennis lives everywhere. Whether you're jumping back into the sport you love, finding an opponent who can keep you at peak performance, or pushing beyond your mental and physical limits to excel under pressure. Your ideal match is out there.
Come on!
Universal Tennis brings you together. Download the app today and enter a whole new world of tennis.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too.
Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
huge congratulations to Stoyana Crowley, this year's champion.
Good morning to everyone. If you're in California, good afternoon to everyone in the central and eastern part of the country. I'm Mark Bay. This is the Fall National Championships on Crack Rackets. What an amazing field. It's an amazing tournament that has had a ton of, I think, hard bloodshed to get into an event like this, where we have all of the players coming from regionals, 24 players from 12 different regionals battling their way in to get to this event, plus some extra wild cards and players that are coming in from a couple of different tracks to get into this championship. The last event on the actual calendar here in the fall, to close things down, the All-American was exciting and had a bunch of intrigue and sort of new faces coming on the scene that are making statements for themselves. This event, again, is another really small capsule of some of the best of college tennis. There'll be a few people missing that they're going out to place in some challengers and futures, but for the most part, it's one of the creme de la creme events here. There's been an amazing list of former champions that have been part of this event. I've been calling this for several years, and it's been fun to have been at Tulsa and been at Orlando, and now here we are at the Barnes Tennis Center that's been hosting a bunch of amazing professional tennis in the last couple of weeks with men's and women's events on the tour, and now our last college stop. So this has been, I feel, just a culmination of great tennis out in the California state. And I think that all in all, the players that are in this event here are probably, with good results, going to position themselves and salt themselves into, I think, some of the top rankings and seedings for NCAA individuals later on. It's a great preview. I think that all of the top Power 5 conferences are represented here in this event. And I think there's also some unsung heroes and a few faces that are relatively new. So the men and the women are both playing here. It's 32 draw fields. The balance is incredible. 28 different institutions represented in the men's draw, 23 different institutions in the women's singles draw. Louisville's the only team with 2 teams in the men's field. This is the women's field here. Just a who's who And wow, 4 UNC Tar Heels in this draw. A lot by virtue of their finishes in the All-American. I think that there's going to be Stanford now is making a push with Blake and Ma and Yapaganova, and we're going to be taking a look at Connie Ma when we first start. So this is a really strong bunch. The former champions, Trey Hildebrand, what a win he had over his teammate. Some of the seeds, Fiona Crowley, by virtue of winning the All-American. Connie Ma, 2. Forbes, 3. Maddie Sieg, Carol Lee Ma, Mary Stoyana with a strong effort there at All-American, and Carson Tangelical, who did a great job in beating Abby Forbes, her teammate, new teammate. Clear looking at this picture there, it's Alexa Graham, Ito, Cayetano, and here's the actual men's field. I feel that as you look here, there's for sure a lot of different schools, and in a lot of instances, sometimes two teammates have been playing off in the finals of some of those regionals, and actually almost like challenge matches. But you got 2 from Michigan, 2 from Georgia, 2 from Louisville, 2 from Stanford, et cetera, et cetera. An outstanding group. And I feel that looking at what Austin Holmgren was able to do here in the early part of the season, he carried that through, obviously, to an NCAA final loss to Ben Shelton. Garrett Johns, our number 1 seed from the Blue Devils. Cornel Chavink, Nishesh Babassaretti, by virtue of his backdraw win at the All-American. Elliot Spazzeri, this is great to see him back at the tops of college tennis because he belongs there. Michael Zhang, Wimbledon finalist, and obviously a newcomer. Philip Henning, who's done a great job, losing to his teammate in the All-American with J.J. Tracy and Jacob Fernley rounding out the field here. Very strong and for sure usual suspects in the collegiate ranks, and a lot of the, I think, stalwarts of some of the top teams. And here's the men's double seeds. Harper and Spazzeri, they are very passionate, and obviously, clearly, these guys are rough. Stanek and Fry, Jong and Maxted did so well for TCU last year. Shanik, who jumped into the Buckeye lineup and is playing with J.J. Tracy here. Bass and Mizuchi, veterans for the Baylor Bears. Bride and Henning, Cernak and Segerman, De Jong and Zidvogel. Really, really tough. Doubles, clearly, always anybody's ball game, but I think those are some formidable teams that are coming from some strong programs. Broda and Jen at 1 here. Crowley and Tangelic. Brylan Killingsworth from Wake. Hanson Wago from UCLA. Beck and Moore, with Moore coming over from UNC to join with Beck. Brown and Miller from the Go Blue squad. Miller and Rajecki, a little bit of obviously, North Carolina State's doubles prowess is unprecedented. Travinsky and Subash, another veteran stalwart team. So a lot of these teams have been together for quite some time and are looking to make another statement in this new season. So really, really happy to be here. Alex Gruskin, the editor-in-chief, will be working alongside me these first 2 days. So I'll be starting the action, and Alex will be closing down the show on Wednesday and Thursday, and Alex will take it home all the way through to the finals. So it's just great for me. I feel to continue to have all these connections and watching. I'm always excited to watch the college tennis, and it's a wonderful, I feel, opportunity for me, coming from a lot of different levels in tennis, to the juniors and the pros, to always be able to see myself through the different progressions. And I love how the college tennis players have proven themselves and moved on to the next level. Last night when I was eating dinner, what was I watching? I was watching Maxime Cressy, former UCLA Bruin, playing Djokovic in a really tight first set in Paris. So this collegiate space has been a great development and growth place. And I think that what we're going to be looking at this next few days is for sure some of the top players who are going to move on and transition into the pros in future years. So without further ado, let's get over to some of the action. So sorry that we're behind here because of an uncharacteristic weather delay that almost never happens in San Diego. But we're going to get over here to Stadium Court in the Barnes Tennis Center, where a lot of top players have just recently played. And here we have, serving at the bottom of our screen, Chloe Beck from Duke. And on the far side, number 2 seed in this tournament, Connie Ma from the Stanford Cardinal. Looks like that was just the ending of the first game, with Beck holding to go up 1-love there with a great serve down the tee. Chloe Beck, many know her for just an all-court game with a lot of variety and mixing. She can do so many different things with the ball. Always a strike zone challenge when you have to play against Beck, because she's going to play higher rolls. She's going to play low slices. She's going to transition. Connie Ma, outstanding year last year. Really tough day in the finals against Peyton Stearns from University of Texas, the NCAA champion. That definitely was not Ma's day. She's a tough, feisty competitor, has done so well. She's played a lot on these courts. All of these young ladies, if they're American, played their U.S. Nationals that occur every August on these same courts at the Barnes Tennis Center. So many balls hit, many matches played, lots of experience for all of the young ladies that are United States players on the different teams in this event. Connie Ma serving 0-1. And there's the dropper right away. Chloe Beck's not messing around. She's not going to get into a ground stroke slam fest with Connie Ma. She's going to explore, especially up 1-love. She's going to play that little short dropper and see how Connie Ma responds. And already early on, everyone was planning on playing hours ago, and their routine was clearly adjusted with breakfast and warm-up and practice. So the original plan that was set in motion last night for all these players have been altered. So now key for each player to keep it simple, find ways to have some good rhythm in the rallies early on. This particular facility is right off the highway. So they're within a stone's throw. Cars and wind coming past the Barnes Tennis Center, so you can see with the ITA signage in the back. Wind's going to always be a factor on the stadium court here. That's a big time shot there. Attacking the second serve. Connie Ma's missing a few first serves here in this first service game. That's always a little bit of a dynamic that happens when you warm up on one side. So you take in your practice serves. She took her practice serves on the top of our screen, and now here she is coming to the near side and actually having to serve her first service game. Good serve there. Beck still with no ad scoring in college tennis, sitting on a slew of break points here to try to get a quick 2-love lead. Another free point. Connie Ma, preseason number 7. Chloe Beck, preseason number 5. And she goes bomb tee. Outstanding serving after a little bit of a slow start and not able to hit the mark. That's a great time for that ace. Score's loading, but we know from watching this is a no-ad point. Oh, that's well done. Kind of lulled her to sleep, and Connie Ma going to the slice there, but it's sat up too high. I believe, looking at the way the breeze is playing on this court, that Connie Ma is against the wind, and with that chip sitting up too high, Beck was able to rip a forehand down the line, transition, and wisely playing the volley back behind to get the break. 2-love for the Duke Blue Devil and a great start. Being able to hold serve against the wind and then go to the top of the screen and break serve with. Key moments here. Connie Ma will most certainly try to quickly get this back on serve, but now Chloe Beck for the first time getting to work on her serve on the side where she didn't practice her serve as well. I pointed at everything. Can't say that I see two let courts in the same point that often. The lob volley goes flying out. Again, as I mentioned before, at the top of your screen, Chloe Beck with the wind behind her. So those slices and floating types of lobs may carry longer. She's going to have to measure that well. She's an outstanding continental grip skill player, developed at her younger stages by Craig Jones, who's a USTA stalwart and longtime great junior coach. Forced error long. Most certainly, Connie Ma is going to have to figure out how best to build the points, where she likes to play her rallies in a match like this. Just don't think she's going to see the type of rally she's probably accustomed to with the hard hitters like Blake and Yapakanova on her team. I don't think she has someone that's using all of this craft. Well done. Outstanding job handling all of the different slice varieties, staying disciplined until she was actually drawn in. Not much on the lob, and she was able to handle that smash with authority. It will be, I feel, a big statement here. If Connie Ma can comfortably transition and handle the drop shot tactic, that's going to be a big part of this match, I feel. Opportunity now for Connie Ma to be able to get this back on serve. Triple break point. And there it is. She breaks back. I think that it's not my call here. I just think that Beck should come over some of the backhands here and there, because trying to cut every single chip perfectly over the net by 0.3 inches is going to possibly lead to what she just had there, which is an unforced error and a break by Connie Ma back on serve here on the stadium court. ITA Fall National Championships on crack rackets. We're going to switch over now to our number one seed and ITA All-American champion from a few weeks ago, Fiona Crowley. Let's check in with her.
you, boss.
There's Coach Brian Calbus at the top of the screen on the left, giving some instructions to his #1 seed, former #4 player, now star of college tennis, Fiona Crowley, playing against Daria Kutzer. From Tennessee, and she is serving at 0-2, 30-15. Kuchar making the finals of her regional. And an unforced error, uncharacteristic by Fiona Crowley, missing long there, but there's a good hold. There's a ton of tennis courts at the Barnes Tennis Center, 24 to be exact, many of them with different types of support and donations. It's an amazing facility. If you ever get a chance to go there, it's a great place to have all different types of events. There's been Oracle events that were held back in a few years ago, back in October here. This is not the first time that high-level college tennis is coming to the Barnes Tennis Center, and I feel that most certainly there should be more continued events held at this location. Another thing I really enjoy about these types of early season matchups is here you have an ACC versus SEC player. More than likely they won't be at the same position for their teams. And so you're just getting this litmus test, if you will, of how's my team stacking up? How's my depth? How are my players doing? And early on, I feel it's regardless of who loses in the quarters or semis or finals here, I think it's just great feedback for all the coaches to take to their programs, to their practices, and get a sense of how to build their team. So by the time their first major opportunity is going to be probably on the kickoff weekend, their players are going to be sharp and ready to go. Oh, wow. Showing a little transition play there. Don't always see that from Fiona Crowley so early in the match. I like that choice for her. Great combo. Often Fiona Crowley will build the points with a cross-court backhand. And her signature down the line backhand often opens up the points. Playing with a lot of confidence. It's one, she may, I don't have the true stat on it, but I think she may be one of the better winning percentages in singles of probably a lot of the top NCAA players, because she's been playing in the middle or lower in the lineup for North Carolina, and in most instances just blowing through the competition. One of the first points off the court in a duel. Good defense, but worked her way back to neutral, and just the forehand. She has a little bit of a bigger wind-up on the forehand. She normally times it well. Just great to see that we're back to the normal California sunshine. I think it was just a blip on the radar that caused us to start a little later today, but the rest of the forecast looks great. She's probably not that comfortable using the slice approach out up the line. Great to see that from her. The ball was a little bit lower, so it was a good choice to try. It's just not something that I think we just looked at with Chloe Beck in the last match, where she's using that particular shot that often, per se. Good to see her having a willingness to try things like that in an early round match where obviously there's a lot of pressure on her coming into this. And getting first points with first serves, always helpful. And so now Fiona Crowley already starting off this match with a quick break. Opportunity to continue to space this first set by a couple games from her and her Tennessee opponent. There it is, 3 points. There is most certainly a breeze. If you look at the top of the screen, you can even see some of the cars coming by. The highway is just exiting just behind the facility, so it will be some visual challenges on Crowley's side in terms of keeping the eye control and really focusing on the return of serves because of some of the background. And there's definitely going to be some breeze coming off that highway and the water. You've got SeaWorld and a bunch of attractions and the beach. Just, again, not even a 5-minute walk from this facility. San Diego, California. 1-3. Love that. What was great about it was after she hit the down the line, she was very quick to recognize that she had hurt Kutzer, quickly took a bunch of adjustment steps and was inside the court waiting, and then held to the last moment until her opponent committed to a corner, and then she had a wide open forehand. Nice handling of the short ball. Nice serve by Kutzer. Forehand sails long. Quality pressure coming from the Crowley backhand. She's starting to really play, I think, with great vision. Watching on our screen the way we do from slightly above, you have a court perspective where you can see how space still opens and develops, and how the deciding and choosing of every ground stroke is so important. Crowley penetrating the backhand corner, jumping on the next ball, on the rise, and right back to the same spot. It's a great combination. Triple break point. Signature down line backhand, and look at the strut. She's confident, she's feeling good, and our number one seed is off to a great start here. And round one on the Fall Nationals. So many matches, so much action. Guys and girls, we're going to have to keep bouncing around, folks. I know you probably like to see some particular players, and you have the ability to go and watch individual match that you prefer and just kind of tune into that particular streaming. So we're going to bounce. We're going to shift over. Another big-time first-round match. Cameron Moore of Duke against Savannah Broda. Savannah Broda's from Pepperdine. This is court 11. Cameron Moore's signature two-hand backhand. Hard to read. It is her better side. She plays two hands on both sides. Was a Tar Heel. Came over to Duke. There's been a lot of that in this current season. Players still having 1 year of eligibility based on COVID, finishing their undergraduate studies and having a sort of a grad senior 5th year shift to a different place. And this Cameron Moore clearly just going down the road in Tobacco Row from UNC over to Duke. Coach Jamie Asworth, I'm sure, is excited to have her. 3-all in the first set. Good ball, good court position. Savannah Brodus now. Sophomore Pepperdine. Number 49 in the nation. She was playing in a lower position. She may be playing much higher for the Waves this year. Tied up at 3-all in the first set. Love 15. She's not happy about that. She most certainly will need a lot of depth coming from that backhand. Brodus is very precise with hitting big ground strokes from close to the baseline. She likes to control time and space. More will have to defend the backhand corner well in this match. No, she missed it. Definitely the right play early in the match. And it depends on how well she practiced that shot in warm-up. I'm a big believer in feeding a lot of finishing volleys and swing volleys and overhead statements. Sometimes people just do a little bit of the garden variety hitting and then stop. Because when you're in that competitive situation there, you want to take care of that. That was an opportunity for a love 40 with executing that. Now Moore tries to climb back to even in this game. Looks like the return was long. Some tennis theorists will say that the 7th game is the most important in a set. I agree, and then sometimes not always agree with that particular theory, but I think it's a big moment right here. And another return error. Spraying wide. Not a good mistake. Moore is not serving that big particularly. It looks like she's trying to take some pace off just to get the point started. And in that instance, Broda should just try to move up and take it early and hit the returns deep up the middle or possibly to Moore's backhand to start. Taking some time here. Both young ladies are thinking about this one, and the decision for Broda is to take the ad side here. 3-all. Round one. Cameron Moore of Duke. Savannah Broda of Pepperdine. Deciding point. Second serve. Double fault. Have to look back at that moment. Again, with a lot of action going on the grounds, we want to bounce around and give you a bunch of snapshots of a lot of things going on. Let's shift over to court number 6. And here we are, court number 6. Lillian Gabrielson and Carson Tangelical. Gabrielson on the near side, Tangelical on the far side, top of the screen. Coach Thompson over there, starting to give her some words of encouragement. Always tricky when you have 4 players playing in the same individual tournament at the same time. Well, actually this morning I think that Abby Forbes will play a little bit later, so they don't have all of them playing at the same time. I love the play. I like the transition. Sneaking in, just not able to execute the overhead. Point of contact dropped on her. Pushed it out. Key moments in this match, though. Carson Tangelical, I felt, was maybe playing one of the highest levels of any player at the All-American Championships. And that serve was called good, so she missed the return. Looks like she's questioning whether it was in or out, but that calls her responsibility. So is making that shot. So now Carson Tangelical with an opportunity to try to close out this set after getting through a tough 8th game. Qualifier from the southern region. Again, the country's broken up into 12 regions for qualifying purposes, and the top 2 finishers get a chance to play in this event. It's a big ball. I like that. Taking the return early, doing a great job of just moving up a step, not trying to go for a winner, just deep placement. And I mentioned before, the side where Tangelic is where the wind is helping. That's where Mother Nature is making your shot that much more challenging. And you could see Gabrielson pushed it wide because she couldn't handle the power and the pace. And that backhand error is long, and Carson Tangelic now can taste it. 3-5. Love 40. And another direction change error, most certainly. That ball has to go cross court. She's going to have to learn that geometry lesson quick. And Coach will talk to her about it right now. She's going to have some time to think about it because there's a changeover. That's the first set to the Lady Tar Heel. Carson Tangelic doing a great job. And we're going to shift over, to another Tar Heel, the third of the Tar Heels that are playing here in this early round.
Let's go, Carson!
Annika Yarlagada from Michigan. Seen her many, many times as a junior. Just missed. Just wide. Annika Yarlagada was on a tear at the All-American, beating Daria Freeman, and just a great run at that event, showing that she has a really good net game now, a transition game that she's added since she's gotten to college. And now here she is with the pressure on Carol Lee, being one of the seeds in this event. Annika Yarlagada trying to make a statement here that these Lady Tar Heels don't care about seedings. 5-8 seed is now in this match down 4-1, and we're on a deciding point for Yarlagada to try to go 5-1, commanding first set lead. And that's a good choice. Carol Lee, who had been playing primarily steady in this game and looking to play more safe, I thought, stepped up and cracked that backhand down the line. And that was a good choice. And it looks like we're back up with our scores. So Lee had already won the sixth game, and now here we are in the early stages of game number 7. Carol Lee, top of your screen, serving 2-4 to Annika Yarlagada. Number backhand return just wide. Yeah, it's a big ball. The new and improved Yarlagada forehand. She's not just playing cross-court safe geometry anymore. She's able to go big cross and change direction and go line now. Lots of benefit being on an all-star team. And I think that one of the toughest decisions in college tennis this year is for Coach Brian Calvis to figure out what he's going to submit as a lineup.
he's got 7 natural born killers in his lineup. How's he going to tell somebody that they're not getting the balls every week? I don't know how you solve that. He clearly stated at the All-American he's not going to do challenge matches, so these results versus the at-large fields in these events and how they do in professional tennis is going to help him with the experience of making a decision that I do not envy. Oh, she's got to move up on that one. Transfer her weight. Opportunity now for Carol Lee to inch a bit closer in this first set.
Here we go, yo.
Yes, great cross court. And then more importantly, after she hit the big cross court, what did she do? She crept up another step and a half, got inside the court just in case the next ball she was going to receive would be shorter so she could then do something, more offensive. I just like, it's not just the shot making, but the recognition after a good shot that's equally as important when you're trying to put these combinations together to finish off points. Good court position tennis from Yarlagada. Still game point for Lee. That's what I was referring to in the very beginning of this shift over this court. The transition game that I watched at All-American from Yarlagada was truly impressive to me, and she's showing that it wasn't a fluke. That's a big statement. Down game point to transition and come forward. Clearly, Carol Lee is looking to mix a bit. She's looking to try to throw the timing off and then occasionally go for a big shot. So she has a little bit more of a cat and mouse, steady eddy, rolling with an occasional big punch. And Yarlagada is just trying to inch her way closer and closer to throw her big punch and then come forward. It's a great contrast in this match. Wow, she goes with the forehand slice. That gets Carol Lee a little bit closer. That's a big moment for this. 2 really tight games that ended up going to the Lady Jackets. One more quick shift. Let's take a peek over. What do we have here? Court number 12. Elaine Travinsky, Virginia. Kimmy Hans from UCLA. Stellis Sampras Webster walking across the screen, giving a little bit of feedback to her star here. Discussion after losing a set. I think it's important for the coach and the player to discuss what the best patterns and choice of action are. not the best approach shot. Opening up angles, not putting hands in that defensive open position. Hands gets over there. Great open stance, roll passing shot winner. Nice response. Missed it. So that's going to be a hole for Travinsky. Up a set and 1-0. We've been taking a look at a lot of great girls action. Not be fair. If we're going to spend some time taking a look at some of the men that are playing at this event. So we're going to shift. Court number 16. Time to check in on the Stanford Cardinal. Nash Babassaretti came into college tennis on the All-American as a newcomer number 2, and he did some damage. Although he lost early in All-American, he ran the table and now is here on a number 3 seed after winning his regional as well. Coach Goldstein, smart, getting the freshman a lot of matches. And Nash has been a top junior for many, many years. Had him in training camps in the Midwest. Comes from a great, great training program. The Smith family, Brian and Jeff, Stephanie. Top 20 ITF career. Actually winning a lot on clay. A lot of major championships on clay. Gets the break on a double fall from Nathan Hand. Nathan Hand from Oklahoma has been battling really tight this first set, but just hands him the opportunity to serve for it now, so he's going to have to regroup quickly. And this set's going to be in the books for the Cardinal. That's a great serve. Really confident. Nash was the U.S. Open doubles champion. Ozan Barris. So a couple Midwest boys bringing in a Grand Slam doubles title. That's a great piece of confidence that he carried right into his collegiate beginning. I've always felt that he's done a nice job of what I consider like an 85% serve. Nash hits great spots. Doesn't always go as hard as he can go, but he hits great spots. It opens up lanes for just real obvious first ball locations. First set in the books. Routine. College, ITF juniors, Grand Slam juniors, it doesn't matter. Nash Babassaretti is just a machine. proficient, efficient, and is a cool customer as a freshman. Let's take a look at some of the other action we have. Let's shift over to court number 14. Looks like we may not be able to take a peek at that one. How about court number 18? Court number 18 while we're... There we go. Taking a good look at the bottom of your screen. All-American runner-up, 5-8 seed, Philip Henning, Georgia Bulldogs. Taking on Matisse Babassaretti, Frenchman from VCU. Had a great time calling the Atlantic 10 championships last year. I got to meet the entire VCU squad and watch them win that championship. Great program and really strong players. They have the baddest, two young men from France, and I'm forgetting their names for a second. I'm drawing a little bit of a blank. I can see their faces, but they were an outstanding doubles team that played in the NCAA tournament. That name was failing me. Berthemont, French guys, the Berthemont brothers, Charles and Maxie. Philip Henning already up a set here. These Georgia Bulldogs are going to be a rough squad. Ethan Quinn obviously winning the All-American. Already top 500 ATP with all the results he's had this year. Jamie Hunt have got to be just ecstatic about their possibilities this season. Just see the physicality of Henning. Great athlete. He's balanced. He covers both corners well. Babassaretti just unloading and giving him everything that he had in the kitchen sink, and eventually overplayed the forehand. This men's tennis just has a bunch of big serve, big forehand types of storylines across many of the matches. big time forehand from Matisse Babassaretti. He, I think, is hitting at a really high level, but not just hitting it hard, hitting it deep with shape. I've been seeing Henning getting pushed off of our video screen multiple times. Great tennis. Nice job being able to take the forehand off the line to get the rally on a different side of the court. That's a great effort on a big moment. It was the deciding point there on Babassaretti's serve. So now Henning, looking confident with his shoulder on, carrying his towel, is up a set and a break. His first round Fall National Championships with Black Rackets. Let's take a shift over. Court number 17. Very common face you've seen for many years in all the big tournaments. The veteran, Finn Bass, Baylor Bear, coming in ranked 100, and we're taking on Takeshi Tako, Crowley, junior college #1 player in 2022. So what a sort of just intriguing matchup this is when you start getting some of the players that are not in the normal Division I sphere of influence and how they match up. Clearly a stalwart veteran of NCAA. Championship lineup player like Finn Bass. But here we are. Knotted up at 4-0. Oh, it's in. He underplayed the overhead because it was a little bit lower and wider. He didn't feel comfortable giving it the full aggression, but Taco guesses right. Looks like our scoreboard hasn't advanced. And that approach shot, he underplays and gets past there. So he underplays an overhead, underplays an approach shot. We'll stay here just to the end of the game to see who ends up winning this game. Great tee serve. So it looks like now we may be at a deciding point. good, steady power forehands, moving it around until he felt comfortable to take the risk and then transition and apply the net pressure. Finn Bass is just outstanding inside the service boxes, really comfortable there. And it was a big, big effort by him against the wind, being physical enough to earn short balls and then transition when the far side of the screen is the side that actually has the wind at his back. That's the thing that you can't really feel and see on a broadcast screen like this, is how much extra effort and work it takes to do what just happened there for Finn Bass on that game point. So now, clearly with Finn Bass serving, he must have been serving to tie. He must be at an even mark here. So I'm going to guess that we're at the 5-all mark here, but struggling with this scoreboard. So we're going to actually leave this one. Well, my guess is that we're at 5-all. Shift over to court number 13. That point just ended. Alex Hoogmartins from UCLA taking on Casey Hool from South Carolina. It looks like Hool is up 6-3, 4-1 in this one. I think that was game for Hoogmartins. I'll stay here and watch a little bit of these guys after they come out of the changeover, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a score update from some of the other matches that we were taking a look at on the girls' side. Connie Ma, 6-4 in the first set over Chloe Beck. Carol Lee and Annika Yarlagada, 5-4. Lee, remember Lee was down for that set. Fiona Crowley, 6-2, 2-all. Denise Kazan, 6-4, 5-1. Darn head 2-3 down against Jaden Brown. Savannah Broda 6-3, 3-love on Cameron Moore. Elaine Travinsky 6-4 head 2-3. Love serving for the match here. Casey Hool. Coach Josh Goffey has a rough bunch of customers. Thompson and Samuel winning the All-American in doubles. There were thoughts that after Daniel Rodriguez graduated that South Carolina would take a little bit of a drop, but not the case. One of the best coaches out there in the business. Josh Goffey, really calm, laid back, and always crystal clear with the info. He's got some great athletes with some big serves on his team. That SEC's loaded again this year. That's a great return. apologize for a little bit of a technical challenge here. We're working on it. We'll stay here. It looks like we have a match point. Yeah, looks like that is going to do it. One of our first winners of the day. Casey Houle, South Carolina. Philip Henning won the first set 6-2 and ahead 3-2 a break here. Pretty snazzy uniforms. Georgia always has the great fashion. Missing a second serve return is not the way you want to start a game, especially down a set and a break. Henning has a really smooth delivery. It's easy to pick his toss. Generally tossing in a similar position, and he can do a lot with it. What a shot. It was like a on the rise, just half volley ground stroke rip that hit the line. I think Babassaretti might be as surprised as Henning was on how close that was to the line. Looked like that was a good backhand on the rise, back behind Henning from Babassaretti. time. Big difference between 4-2 and 3-0. Nice serve out wide, free point for Henning. And there it is. Caleb Henning holds again. Keep that space between he and Matisse Babassaretti from VCU. Starting now, start bouncing back and forth between some of the men and the women's matches here. ITA Fall Championships on Crack Rackets. Let's shift back over to court number 11. If you remember, we left this at what we thought was the crucial 7th game. And I guess, you know what, folks? It was really crucial because now Savannah Broda is at 6-3. (5-1). She's only lost one game since that moment. That we weren't sure was pivotal. Was most certainly pivotal. That's a big time shot. And that shot's fading away from Broda with the backhand. Hard to gauge where Moore will end up playing for the Lady Blue Devils. There were moments where she was playing the #1 position for the Tar Heels. So I think that forehand was a winner. Let's turn on the screen just for a second. So now this is a deciding point, but a match point. For Savannah Broda. Moore chooses the deuce side. Oh dear. She's smiling. Double fault there. Well, clearly she is in a pretty commanding position here, so we're going to leave this one. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to close it. And let's take a quick look back at court number 8. Dominoes are starting to fall in some of these ladies' first round matches. Back to our #1 seed. Our number 1 seed, Fiona Crowley, up 6-2, 5-3 now. Just broken at 6-2, 5-2. And now try to break to win. Wow, that was a whole bunch of cross-court forehand. That was almost like they were practicing. But sometimes you need to be able to stay in a closed rally like that and not change direction or go for the variety and just toe-to-toe say, hey, I don't care how many balls it takes. I have a no-miss mentality, and I won't miss first. So that's a statement that Crowley made after getting broken, because losing your serve when it's time to serve for the match is also not a great statement. So you have to start earning respect back again, even though you have the score so heavily in your favor. That's a great start for this game. Oh, dear. Great forehand on the line. Good recognition. Sneaks in. Sometimes, though, it's hard not to just go maximum swing on those swing volleys. And that one ended up flying on her. Being able to get there with your eyes big and you see some open space, and try to calm yourself to have the right size of swing on the swinger. It's much easier said from the booth than done on the court. This has been, I think, the big story in this match. Kucher's had some time and some opportunity, and has not always been able to be consistent with where she's going to locate the big aggressive forehand. Trying to do the right thing, but not getting the best of execution. And Fiona Crowley, after that really gritty first point with all the cross-court forehands, has competed her way to match point. And she misses her return. Is a no-no. And I had practice that might be some sprint or some push-ups. I think Coach Calvis is going to cut her a break. He's looking over there. He's very calm, hands behind his back, same exterior. That's what you have to be. That's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen, for this one. Our number 1 seed breathes a sigh of relief and moves on. And just as that happens, her teammate next door, Annika Yarlagada, ends up winning the first set on Carol Lee. That was such a battle, 7-6 there. Let's drift back over quickly to court 11, and let's see if Savannah Broda can close it out this time. All, 6-3, 5-3. Savannah Broda is serving at the top of your screen. Cameron Moore returning and defending at the bottom of the screen. And that's big time tennis. getting ahead, using the serve +1 to get in control with the wind at her back, running some offensive patterns and being able to penetrate the more backhand and then take the short replies and make finishing statements. That's for sure the way you want to close from where I see this match in a tactical way. A lot of stages in matches, and when it's finishing time, you should have the benefit of all the information you and the coach have talked about to get you to that point. So the pattern should be clear. Another serve +1 forehand. Worked really hard to get around that. Match point. Oh, she misses it long. Game, set, match. Savannah Broda. So, as these dominoes continue to fall in the first round, let's go back to stadium. Connie Ma, 6'4", 5'2", ahead on Chloe Beck. Connie Ma, such a cool cucumber. You can never tell her body language. You don't have any idea what the score is by tuning in. But she is now starting to look a little bit different than in the beginning when she was just getting accustomed to all of the slicing and dicing that Beck brings. Looking a lot more pinpoint with her precision ground strokes, the deep cross courts, and the great direction changes. Oh, it's a great approach shot. Sometimes the cross-court approach shot, back in yesteryear when I played, it was more considered a no-no to approach cross-court because you're opening up angles. If you can make the passing shot player uncomfortable with the ball, getting them stretched, getting them off balance, out of the strike zone, there is some cross-court approaching that does serve positive tennis purposes and can pay dividends, obviously, if it's going into a weakness as well. 15 all. Beck's taking some shots now. The Moss serve is definitely not Isner-like, but it's a tricky gamble when you're down in this position. Beck makes that statement work. 15-30. Oh, that's great hustle. Great running. Fun point there by both players. Connie Ma just hanging in there, taking every punch Beck is throwing here. On the way out of the door, she's bringing all in the kitchen sink.
Oh, that's smart. Got her in a bad position and did a good job sneaking. Looks like another Stanford Cardinal is in position to try to close out. Nash Babassaretti is 6'3", 5'1", 30 love. No. Beck, that's what I was mentioning before. It's just so difficult. So difficult to get those drop shots to go perfectly. And now here comes Nash Babassaretti. Oh, he goes for the Carlos Alcaraz, Francis Tiafoe play, the backhand return, second serve return up the line. It's a great sneak play now that a lot of top ATP players are using. Obviously, Nash spent some time around a lot of top tennis. He's seen it. Connie Ma goes for the ace of the tee. It's called wide on the no-ad point. So it's match point on the left for Connie Ma, second serve. And Beck goes for the big return just like Nash did. But it doesn't work. Here comes Nash. Simple 1-2 combo. And he misses the overhead. Oh my goodness, no. The freshman gives us a junior mistake. Uncharacteristic. And it looks like we're a little bit behind on the score there. He must have lost the game. So Connie Ma gets the job done, closes the door, and wins her match. Nash now up a set in 5-2. So I'll focus on the Nash Babassaretti 5-2 game to see if he can close. Back to court 16. Nathan Hahn from Oklahoma on the near screen. Playing for Coach Nick Kroll. Nick taking over after a long stint at Florida State. Taken over after the John Roddick years, where Oklahoma found themselves in some NCAA championship matches, weren't able to get over the hump. Still keeping the program at the tops of the Big 12 and in the top 25. The chef does a great job on his serve +1, but sometimes on the run he can get a little bit late on his preparation on the running forehands. Ends up missing that one long. A little bit of breeze behind him, so he's got to make sure he catches that ball right on this side. He's got to settle down here. A lot of momentum shifting after he missed that overhead. He's probably slightly embarrassed. And now, one of the beauties of college tennis is
A little bit of a discussion with the freshman. This is almost as if there's a 20-second timeout, like in basketball, like the short ones. Tennis allows, without the stoppage of play, a little bit of feedback to the student. It becomes a different shift, because when you're down 6-3, 5-2, you're clearly not close to a victory, but you have to convince yourself to just go into a survival mode, fighter mode, every point's a victory mode, and try to, just as best you can, make it uncomfortable for the person that's leading and get the door closed. And sometimes you can have some heroic comebacks.
Let's go! Come on!
And there's another forehand error, and Nash trying to overdo the inside in. A little bit too much shoulder rotation on a ball that has to go straight. So that's one of those unforced errors that I think he doesn't normally make. It's most certainly now just, I'm embarrassed and a little annoyed that I didn't close it in the last game. And now he's got to really take some time here. He's still in this game, no matter how many unforced errors he's already made. He still can turn this game around. And unfortunately, that one, I'm a little confused. I'm not sure if that was wide. It has to be good. It has to have been on the line. Very close. Be great for him to have a first serve here. Goes a little bit bigger out wide, misses. Oh goodness. So there's a bit of a hiccup going on in this one. Of the very first round of matches, only one ladies match still going. Yarlagada and Carol Lee, but that's not a surprise because Carol Lee most certainly extends the points. And that's better. Good penetration with the down the line backhand, jumped up on the short forehand, and finishes coming forward. That's a much better look. Freshman from Indianapolis. And from the same program. The number one doubles player in the world right now, Segerman, who's done a nice job of mentoring and spending some time with Nash over the years. It's great to have those types of players in your neck of the woods. It's tough. Based on body language, I feel like that Hahn just missed that approach shot. Scoreboard would not be correct at current present moment, but since this is a match game, we're going to stay with it. Because if Babassaretti wins this, then we're going to handshake and a conclusion. And that was 30-40 in the match on a double fault. So the last game ended on a double fault, and this one ends on a double fault. And Nash will take it. He will take it because it's a different week for him now. He was a hunter as a newcomer
with expectation, but still he's the new guy, and now he comes back weeks later and he's a target. He's a seed and people are having expectations, and so it's a little different emotional place to play from, but he weathers the storm, gets through, and moves on to the second round. Let's check back in over on court number 7 to see where we are with Yarlagada. Looks like we're getting some requests to take a look at some different matches, and we most certainly will do that for you folks. Deciding point here. Annika Yarlagada serving, bottom of the screen, of Carolina Tar Heel, up 7-6. That is hard to believe. A couple different opportunities to seal the deal and win that point. Not enough accuracy and placement on the volleys, swing volleys and overheads. Point resets until an eventual backhand unforced error. That stings a little bit. That stings a little bit. Great point. Great hustle. Carol Lee's a tough out, and she's planning on sticking around. Go over to court number 17 and check in and see if we can watch a little bit of the action with Bass and Taco. I think we're having some scoreboard questions, but let's see if we can at least tune into the tennis for a short period of time. Oh no, we just jinxed him. Number 1 junior college player in the nation in 2022. Takeshi Taco. And here we are with the first set. So it looks like we're getting some updates here on the score. And it's Fen Bass up 2-love in the third. Bass has been in the early stages when we've been watching this first set. It's transitioning quite a bit. Curious to see what the tactics are now that we're deep in the third set. A player that clearly had no feel for, hadn't seen him in competition before. What he and his coaching staff have come up with.
That's textbook. Such a quick, explosive move and very sure and steady hands with the volleys. Chad, we most certainly will get back to Yarlagada and lead. The upset is brewing, but it's a long brew. The points are extremely long, and we most certainly are not going to be missing anywhere near a conclusion of that one. We will get back to it. Also, there's an adjustment in college tennis with a new can of balls every set. And so you have to factor that in with the shot quality and the breeze to make sure you're still hitting all the targets that you were hitting, because the end of the second set, you're playing with balls that were fluffed up and most certainly close to being dead. Underplaying the approach shot. He had that challenge earlier. Kind of fluffed that approach shot and waltzed in. Taco did a wonderful job of dipping it back at his feet, and that was an easy half volley. Much better. Good core position and a good sneak. Sometimes when you feel that your entry route or your best tennis, or the pay dirt for you, if you will, is inside the service box, you start forcing from the back and making errors, or maybe even under approaching. You have to get that right balance. Big moment here. Deciding point. And I thought that was just the right serve quality, just the right forehand aggression for Finn Bass to step up and earn that 3-love lead. Great combination, well coached. Let's take a quick look at court number 6. We're starting to get some fresh blood, some new matches starting to take the courts here. Andrew Fenty from Michigan, top of our screen. There was no resistance there. Fabian Saul, 84 in the country, from Louisville. Yeah, I have to say it right. Just spent some time in Louisville recently. Andrew Fenty from Michigan. Both guys, regional qualifiers. Fenty's so strong. Fenty always known for how solid that backhand is, but he's just an imposing. You can't see him on our screen, but he standing next to him in real life, he is definitely a strong guy, and if he has the serve and the forehand going to go along with the great backhand, and he's tough to beat. Tends to try to hit sort of semi-rolls with the forehand. It's kind of like an aggressive heavy spin ball, and then the backhand tends to be a little bit more penetrating. Took that one on the rise and missed.
Yes.
Fabian Sal has a nice looking game. Sometimes when you're down 5-1 in the set, you can have a hangdog look and get a little disappointed about what's happened. But I feel like you have to be more of a problem solver at this stage. There's still more tennis to be played, and you have to figure out the serve locations, the rally choices, the approach choices that maybe favor you, and use this almost as an experimentation period. So that when you go into the second set, you're really crystal clear on what you need to do to give yourself the best chance of trying to mark a comeback. That's solid. Good anticipation, but he closed it off. Important from an ego standpoint to do a good job of holding. Keep the set going while he's still learning and figuring it out. Bunch of new action starting to take the courts. Let's go over to Stadium Court. That looks like that's the first game. They don't take a changeover, they'll walk over, so we'll stay here. Jacob Fernley, the inside-out forehand machine for TCU, playing Gavin Young, son of Jeff Young, former coach at Minnesota and now current coach at Purdue. So Gavin came over when that program stopped and the stats shifted, and Michigan was happy to pick up a quality veteran player at this level. Michigan had a really strong season last year. Disappointing loss to Ohio State in the quarters. A match that was outdoors that was shifted inside. And then the Buckeyes just came roaring with just an onslaught of serves and big shots, only to lose to Kentucky in the semis with them doing the same thing. It was quite a turn of events in last year's NCAA championships at University of Illinois. Here we are, Gavin Young, Stadium Court. And he comes forward a fair amount. Tall, thin, rangy. But I'm not suggesting he is more of a Cressy type. He most certainly has really comfortable and solid ground stroke choices and options to his game, but he definitely likes to come forward when he has the chance. Last meeting won by Fernley. Chose to kick that one in. Didn't go for the big heater. It's a little off the mark on the backhand. Good technique there. Just needs to get his feet set and finish that swing. Double fault. $15.40. It's a much bigger court than the other courts. Often that favors someone that wants to extend the points and counterattack and play deeper. It's a great job because approaching on the Fernley backhand is a good play. But Fernley made sure he ripped that passing shot and kept the volley low. Young comes up with the goods with the hands. But that storyline there, the Young approach shot into the Fernley backhand, will be a theme for this match. I think he missed it. I think he hit the overhead on the same side. I think that's a break for Fernley. Misjudged it in the air. Coming from Michigan, he's probably looking up into the clear blue sky. Oh wow, that's some basic physics. Acceleration due to gravity, 9.8 meters per second squared. I paid attention back in the day. And that just cost him. And Fernley now with a quick 2-love lead on a match that Coach David Roditi for sure had his eyes on. And Fernley wants to keep the rallies long and wants to get Gavin Young moving laterally, getting him out of the center of the court as best he can. That's a great point for Young. Just to show that he's willing to grind out some points, stay in a fairly simple rally, give himself some confidence in his footing. Also, for someone like Fernley that does a great job of running around and hitting a lot of forehands on the left side of the court, you need to move him to the right to open up that side. That's a great job. I think he called long. $40-15. With a good return from Gavin Young, he has an opportunity to break back and get on serve. What play does Fernley run here? Big inside in. Inside out forehand call wide. Deciding point. Oh, he got caught. He slipped. Jake Fernley, 3-love lead in the beginning of this set. I think the weather's starting to change in the Midwest. I wonder in the last 2 or 3 weeks how much outdoor tennis Gavin Young has played versus in. One of our top seeds is playing over on court number 9. Let's take a look for the first time. Antoine Corneau-Chavink from Florida State. Oh, wow, that's so good. What a great place to start taking a look at our number 2 seed. Antoine Corneau-Chavink on the far side. David Tierney on the near side from Utah State. Preseason, Corneau-Chavink was only 105. He's turned that around really quickly. Lost a heartbreaker to Ethan Quinn with a great opportunity to win the second set at the All-American. Serve misses a mark. backhand seems a little tight. For sure, some big serve, big forehand guys don't end up having to hit as many backhands, and the rally backhand can be not as solid. So a set and a break for a number 2 seed out here on court number 9. And without further ado, let's sit back over to court number 7 and check back in with the Lee Yarlagada match. Missed it wide. Yarlagada at the top of the screen. Too close to the backhand. Spacing's off and just trying to thread the needle there. But just like baseball, like a foul ball going into the crowd. Get too close to it, that can happen.
Let's go, Arnie! Here we go, Eels!
And that's exactly what Lee wants. Lee is okay with, let's just stay out here all day. I'm happy to keep on playing. First set tiebreaker got away from her. Got down 4-love really fast and was quickly done 7-1. But these are key moments. Coach Tyler Thompson walking through and giving her some instructions because these are big moments here. Turn long. Nothing like a free point on a serve. 7-6, 4 all, 30 all. Just long. Starting to get a little fatigued. It's not that warm in San Diego, so it's not that it's a heat issue, but just the amount of balls that these young ladies have hit this match. There is a fitness test that goes alongside this. And Yarlagada had some long matches in the All-American, so she answered that bell. But Carol Lee she's going to keep her out here. And she missed it wide. I wondered, after losing that long point, if she would consider playing a short point, and she did. Came in and missed the angle volley just a little wide. So this one still may take a while. Let's take a shift over to court 17. See if the Bass and Taco match is still live or not. We've got some more action. Definitely not 3-0 though. Ken Bass is a yeoman. He just puts his head down and keeps working. Coach Woodson really, really loves him.
Oh.
Job hanging in there and then neutralizing Bass with a great passing shot. It's been a great battle out here. One of the veterans from the Baylor Bears against the #1 player in junior college 2022 from Crowley Community College, Takeshi Tako. Caught long.
40-15.
It's tough. These guys are still going. We'll wait till the end of this game. And that's a hold, so there's more tennis going on. Looks like we have a few other ones starting as well. Let's go back to Stadium Court with Fernley and Young. Fernley at the top of your screen. Gavin Young at the bottom. Fernley, after that 3-love lead when we left, is hung in there. Stayed the course. Currently up 4-2. That's well played. Commanding 5-2 lead for the Horned Frog. Still haven't been able to take my fingers and make a Horned Frog. Coach Rodriguez is going to have to work on that with me. Looking around the grounds, it's some matches that are just getting started, but to recap what's already happened here at the Fall Nationals on Crack Rackets, Connie Ma, our number 2 seed, won 6-4, 6-2. Carson Tangelical, 6-3, 6-0 over Lillian Gabrielson. Fiona Crowley, 6-2, 6-3 over Daria Kutzer. Deniz Kazan, 6-4, 6-1 over Anastasia Komar. Savannah Brodus, 6-3, 6-3 over Cameron Moore. Elaine Chervinsky, 6-4, 6-3 over Kimmy Hance. Casey Houle, 6-3, 6-0 over Alex Hoogmartens. JJ Tracy, 6-2, 6-2 over Ryan Fishback, Virginia Tech. Dusan Milanovic, 7-5, 6-3 over Peter Mock of USC. Philip Henning, 6-2, 6-4 over Matisse Babajan. And Daria Freeman, 6-1, 6-3 over Jaden Brown of Michigan. That gets you up to date with all the action that's happened thus far. Live from the Barnes Tennis Center, ITA Fall Championships. This is a national 32 draw brought to you. All the action, red zone coverage, on Crack Rackets. Coach Mark Bay here. Oh, wow, that's cute. Editor-in-Chief Alex Grush going to be taking over the reins later on. It'll be a combination of Mark and Alex for Wednesday and Thursday. For those viewers that have been asking about the taco and bass, it's been difficult for us just because it's been a little challenged with the scoreboard. So we've been showing some of the action, but not staying there exclusively because of the scoreboard challenge. Getting to that point, Fernley had exactly what he wanted. Good return, good control. Most certainly should have gone up the line with that backhand. Tough right now. The side where Gavin Young is on. At 123, he has some sun in his eye on that side. And right after you come out of your serve motion, sometimes you can be momentarily blinded a little bit as you're getting ready for your first shot. And there's a double fault. I'm not trying to alibi him. That's just part of our sport. Very few players in the history of tennis, really, you could name that would play with sunglasses on, like a Sam Stosur or maybe an Arnold Clement. You know, there's a few players out there that play with some sunglasses. By and large, people just have to figure out how to manage the toss and their vision. Like there, he's going to redo the toss. Just having a little bit of a challenge so far right now. This 1 o'clock sun. Yeah, Fernley missing there. It's not a great game from Fernley. A couple of routine returns and backhand ground strokes that he could have taken care of there. It's always dangerous if you're not hungry to close sets when you have 5. Let's see how he responds here. Well, that's well played. I like that idea of being able to transition on purpose, to choose to come forward like that, as opposed to stand back and just sort of rallying. You're against the wind and you're serving. You have an opportunity to make that statement. It should go. And a free point. It's a great start to this game. The math is so heavily in your favor when you're trying to serve out sets if you win the first point. That's a well-played game. Every single point. Well-crafted, great decisions, good choices, nice execution. Game in first set, TCU out here on Stadium. Interesting development on court 6. It's just back over there. Left not too long ago, and Andrew Fenty was in a dominating position when he first came. He was 5-1 ahead, closed out the first set, 6-2. But in a blink of an eye, Fabian Song is now 4-1 ahead in the second set. Can we play full 3-set matches here at this tournament in the singles? Just wide. There's a little space. And that's Fenty's signature shot, that backhand.
Oh. I think you'd like to have that one over. It's a little bit of a miscue. Physically just didn't actually take another step and transfer his weight. So this is tennis. There are no mulligans. It counts. Just received the update. Ben Bass over to Keshitako, 4-6, 6-3, 6-3. Sorry we weren't able to finish that particular match. Well, that's a hold. And we're going to drift right back over to the longest match that has been going on in this tournament. Court number 7. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Carefully, 5-8 seed. Backhand long. Serving to stay in this match. Big time shot. I think Yarlagada was expecting Lee to still play a bit more with rally shape there. I think caught her by surprise as she went on a bigger inside in forehand there, because that for Lee is a bit of a risk. But she has to make some statements here or she's not going to be able to get extra innings out of this match. 30-15. She hit exactly where she wanted to on that cross-court backhand to crit the short ball. The funny thing about short balls is that when you get there, they may not always be in the best positions in relation to your body. It was slightly above her hitting shoulder. She saw the space down the line, lunged at it, and overcooked it. It's a big miss from Yarlagada's strength. 40-15 lead. And an unforced error, or arguably forced error from a cross-court quality forehand from Lee. It's right on the teetering fence of that. And guess what? Second set tiebreaker with an opportunity for a conclusion or even more tennis.
Oh my goodness. That's a wonderful put away. Edge of my seat that point. It just felt like it was one of those where Yarlagada may have pressed and pressed and pressed until she missed one. Thought she could have maybe taken one or two of them out of the air, but she's chosen not to take that route. Good consistent aggression from Yarlagada on top of the baseline. Crowley serving 0-1, second set tiebreaker. Round 1, ITA Fall Championships. This is a national 32 championship draw. And that backhand down the line, which she has made a living off of so many times in her career, is missing the mark at a most important time. Crack Rackets happy to be bringing you all this coverage. Red zone style, bouncing around, showing you men and women, singles and doubles. That particular one says a lot, because that's a ball that you would think maybe you take that as a forehand and not sort of a jammed backhand. Not a great response. 2 backhand unforced errors here after her 1-love lead, and a great point to the very first point in this tiebreaker. Now Carol Lee's bouncing around and looking like she wants to play for much longer. And yet a third. Racket angles. It's just, when you're making contact, I know this is going to sound like some coacheese, but you're making contact, that racket has to be perpendicular to the ground. That helps you make that top spin. Yarlagada's racket, just a teensy bit open there. The racket angle's a little off, and it's the nerves of the moment that's causing this situation, but to no avail. 3 backhand unforced errors and 1 forehand winner, which is why Carol Lee is almost half the way there to pushing this one to a third set. 1-3. Forehand error. I know it was bad weather this morning, but that proverbial phrase, when it rains, it pours. It is raining unforced errors out here on court number 7. Yarlagada down 4-1. Crowley inching closer to a third set. Not as easy as it looks. Unforced error from Lee at the turn. 4-2 Georgia Tech. That is tough stuff. He comes in and executes that. Low backhand volley for a winner. Gutsy. Comes again. The shot in the arm from the really low, challenging backhand gives her the belief and the pep in her step. Some good coaching, though, because she was starting to miss a bunch of ground strokes and was on her way to possibly losing this tiebreaker by donation. And now she's trying to come forward and with dictating close this match. What a turn of events the last 2 points. The door was opened by the Lee unforced error at 4-1.
Fight.
Yarlagada taking some time. Crowley now 2 points away. Crowley, with the wind at her back, putting a little more shape and heavy ground stroke combinations together, moving Yarlagada, getting her off of her balance, almost out of our complete computer screen. Yeah, That's a great point. Well thought and outstanding execution at a big time. 2 set points. And game and second set. Lady Jackets. 7 games to 6. What a match. This one is going to go. We're already at 2 hours and 44 minutes. This one is going to go 3 hours plus. So I want to take a peek at some other action. Let's try to take a look at court number 13 for the first time. We're checking here in on court number 13. Elsa Tomasi from Tennessee versus Leah Ma from Georgia. Leah Ma is another one of our 5-8 seeds. Tomasi serving on the near side. Down 6-2, 2-0. Plays the forehand there. Leah Ma has been a strong addition to the Georgia Bulldog team. Had some great runs last year at the top position. Hampered by a few injuries. It was nagging her in the middle of the season. Definitely not the final the final conclusion to the season that the Georgia Bulldogs wanted. Jeff Wallace still that's offensive. 1-2 combinations. I don't think there's a possibility that Andy Diaz and Jeff Wallace's combined years in college tennis. It may never be a school that has 2 coaches that are there that long. I guess at the same time, we'd have to count some years. I'd look at maybe Lili Farud and Big Gould or long tenures for both of those coaches. Have done such great jobs with so many amazing collegiate athletes. Great tennis. Physical, playing through the sidelines. Leah Ma likes to play within the tennis boundaries, getting her in awkward positions and looking to sneak in and do some volley finishing. I just believe that for these players that are also outstanding at the ground stroke production, that they all need to have some sort of eventual all-court finishing. All the players really need to have that statement they can make and finish, because it's the defensive levels are just too good now. the sword and dying by the sword. Pretty big forehand, but good choice. Battle in that game. Using the drop shot tactic there for an approach shot paid dividends. That's a hole for Tomasi. Let's keep bouncing around. So many different matches and things we'd like to show you. Let's go to court number 8. Pac-12 early round battle to see where these two young ladies fit versus the entire strength in the conference. Maddie Sieg, who's newcomer number 6 and 4 seed in this tournament, had some outstanding runs at professional tennis tournaments this fall. Blake, who's played in Stanford's top 3 since the moment she's been there. Three-point on the kick serve. 1-all. There's Frankie coming out to have a little discussion. Called wide. Work for her. Sometimes getting that close on the return can help you attack early, and that time it didn't help her. Backhand has been the wing that's always done a little bit more damage for Blake over the years. In the beginning of that point, you saw something slightly new, and that is that the young ladies in college tennis are playing lets just like the guys. For many, many years, the men were playing the lets and the ladies weren't. As you just saw at that point, the lets are in play as well. so far, the newcomers have been impressive on the men's side. Ethan Quinn winning the All-American, and the Shesh Babassaretti doing such a great job winning the back draw. And it's time to see how some of the female counterparts on the newcomer lines are going to be doing. This is a great tournament to get a look at a few of them. And Sieg gets out of that game on serve here, court number 8. Let's go back over to court number 6 and just check in there. Andrew Fenty had won the first set and was down big in the second, and now finds himself up 6-5, serving for the match. He's giving the fist pump. He is really pumped. And by my math, if that was 30 all and he got an unreturnable on the serve, this would be match point. Let's see how he chooses to play this. Wow, what a match. Great match point. Lots of battling, crushing ground strokes, patience, fighting. Big time backhand on display. Fabian saw earned some respect. Had a great look at that second set, but to no avail. Let's go blue time over on court 6. Andrew Fenty moves on. Straight set victory. Speaking of comebacks, let's go back to stadium. Jacob Fernley of TCU serving at the top of your screen. Won the first set. Oh, wow. Gavin Young found his legs, started connecting, and now has a scoreboard in his favor and looking to try to push this one to a third set on the stadium. Young just wasn't able to do enough ground stroke part of this match early on. It just seemed like he was a little out of sorts. He wasn't comfortable yet. Really, is almost a different player, tale of two sets. Doing a much better job rallying. That's the piece of this puzzle he has to solve. When Fernley is in control and comfortable hitting his inside-out forehand, can Young get over there and balance himself and do a good job on the open stance backhands to neutralize that shot? Earned a short ball and was too late to get there. That's the challenge of being that tall of a guy. Good coverage. Nice job at the net. Fernley just trying to stretch him out and see if he could miss one or give him an easier passing shot reply, but I wonder if the stadium court was resurfaced for the pro tournament. And that's the statement I mentioned early on that was significant. Yeah, that's well played. Great job. Good balance. Outstanding. Just after you play that volley where you're stabbing at it and lunging, one of the key parts of that athleticism is how quickly you can rebalance yourself to move for the next one because it's happening so quickly. Gavin Young has earned some set points. And Fernley, in disgust, overplays a forehand. Gavin Young getting some synergy from Fenty, getting the job done now. Another Go Blue guy trying to make a bid for the second round. You are watching continuing coverage for several days here. The ITA National Fall Championships on Crack Rackets. Coach Mark Bay here. We've been bouncing around and seeing a lot of amazing action so far. Let's take you around to a little bit more. See if we can go to court 13 again. Possibility of Leah Ma from Georgia to close out her match. Maybe she just closed it out. Yes, she did. We just missed the match point. Sorry, folks. But that's a good start. Bulldog. Okay, we're picking up Editor-in-Chief Alex at 5:45 Eastern. I'm trying to show you a few more matches. Let's go over to court number 11. Stoyana, Texas A&M, 5 through 8 seed, only preseason 58. She's done some really good work in the last tournament. Molly Helgeson, UNLV. On the top of your screen. Helgeson receiving at the bottom. Bad luck. Yeah, she just accidentally had the wrong angle on the racket face. Stoyana has just, I think, a mixture of deception and craft. She comes forward, she mixes it up, she can play aggressive, she can put a little bit of the Chloe Beck slice and dice in. She can make players uncomfortable, and she can also come forward herself. Earning her a top 8 seed. Yeah, that's a great forehand. Stoyana looking to mix things up, but sometimes in pursuit of that mixing, you leave some hanging curveballs sitting in the middle of the court, and Helgeson just knocked one out of the park there. That was a big forehand, but pretty easy sitter there. She's going to use that slice. She needs to get one more step closer to the ball, try to keep it low. Helgeson's obviously tall, likes her strike zone much higher. Caught that one late. Those is just joining us. Had a little bit of a late start to the day. Mother Nature decided to cause a little problem out in San Diego where it never happens. So we're showing you a bunch of these first round matches that were scheduled for a little earlier today. Shanked out on the frame. And that most certainly happens when in your mind you're thinking so much about trying to roll and mix and get balls out of strike zone. You can overdo it sometimes and catch the side of the frame in pursuit of that. Talking to Coach Mark Weaver last year, I was at the NCAA indoors, and I asked him, I said, "How good do you think your team is, Coach Weaver?" He said, "Well, yeah, I think we're pretty good." And sure enough, they ran the table and won the SEC and won 30 matches in a row. Pretty darn good. That's Stoyana there. Several other, Makarova, Carson. They're just a really deep team. Stoyana holds to go 3-1. And believe it or not, one of the first matches is still going from the ladies' group of matches. We're going to take you back there. Let's go back to court number 7. It's been going back and forth. 7-6 Yarlagada. 7-6 Crowley. 2-all in the third. 30-all in the game. Oh, it's great. Great aggression. I feel that as this match has gone on, obviously there were a couple of key moments in that second set tiebreaker where Yarlagada was a little out of character with the missing, but I think Carol Lee has just been picking a few more times to be offensive amidst her consistency and extending the points. Which I think has been a much smarter play, because Yarlagada having to be on the run a little bit more and having to come up with some more defense instead of her being able to play more offense is making the difference, because this match for sure has become a lot more physical. Looks like Coach Alexis Casati is managing this one. To your response, Ernie, I don't think that there's a lot of players that are doing serving and volleying. I would say just in this group of guys that I'm watching at this tournament, in this particular field, I don't think any of them are serving and volleying. I think Gavin Young is capable of it. And I think maybe one or two others may throw it in as a tactic. Nashesh was coming forward, but he doesn't serve and volley. But I'd say that there are a few guys that happen to be playing some professional tournaments right now. For example, maybe a guy like a James Trotter from Ohio State. Or there's a few guys. Luke Fama doesn't serve and volley that often, but he can try to mix it in sometimes. There are a few guys that will throw it in. That are not in the field, so it's a small portion regardless. I made the comment before when we were on the air initially that I was watching Maxim Cressy playing Djokovic last night. For sure, that type of serving volleying is a lost art. But Cressy also is 6'7" and hitting 125-mile-an-hour second serve, so he's following his. Definitely not going to be any serving volley in this match. Yarlagada 2-3 in the third set, and we're going to leave it here. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break, if you will, with the cameras going. We're going to keep it on this one. We'll show you a few other pieces of action, and we'll be picking up in about 25 minutes or so with Editor-in-Chief Alex Gruskin signing in and carrying you the rest of the way. Again, the day is slightly behind because of a weather delay, and I most certainly will be back first thing tomorrow morning to start the day, and I think with the weather forecast, be able to bring in the action from the very start at 9 o'clock on the West Coast. So this is Mark Bay signing off here for ITA National Fall Championships, and again, coming up soon after a short little break, Alex Grushkin, Editor-in-Chief, will be carrying you the rest of the way, and we're going to watch some of this match and a couple others until Alex takes over. Thanks again.
Let's go, man. Come on.
Welcome back in, everyone, to some commentating coverage of these 2022 ITA Fall National Championships. Alex Gruskin here, picking things up where our dear friend Mark Bay left them off. Of course, a thank you to the coach for steering us through some morning action. Obviously, a little delay here today due to some of the rain early in California. Of course, if you ask me, we're picking things up at exactly the right moment as we have a 4-all third set scenario on your screen. It's Ryan Segerman, the now fifth-year transfer for the UNC Tar Heels, was a finalist in doubles. The ITA All-American Championships alongside Brian Cernock here this week into the singles draw. We're all in the third, taking on Alabama's Anso Eggard. Eggard, the rising sophomore for the Crimson Tide, played primarily at the number 2 singles spot last season. It was a very good ITA regional for the rising sophomore as he wins the Southern Regional, a victory in the championship match over Nemanja Malcevic of NC State. Was a 4-1 win for the rising sophomore. Big serve when he needs it most for 30-all against Segerman. Not only a good performance in the doubles, but the ITA All-American had a very strong singles campaign as well. Too good there from the sophomore Eggard, so he holds 5-4 third set. Things getting spicy in our round 1 action at the Barnes Tennis Center. Gonna keep this match on your screen. Yes, it's a changeover, but we're gonna leave it here. Don't want to miss the ending of this one. That said, some other good matches slowly coming to a close. It's a race to the finish line. When you're ready, super producer Daniel Westoff, I need you to throw up court number 10. Court number 10, where former Florida Gator, now Texas Longhorn Marley Zane, 6-2, 4-1 lead. And Julia Garcia Ruiz of Oklahoma. That matchup on court number 10. We'll get those matches on your screen momentarily here as, again, we steer the ship up. These ITA Fall National Championships, the final event, a symbolic finish to the fall portion of the college tennis calendar. So Garcia Ruiz does get the hold 4-4-2 to put a little bit more pressure back on Zane. Couple of matches nearing the finish line right now. Of course, unfortunately, no cameras on court 14 or 15, but for what it's worth right now, Julia Adams of UVA serving for the match. She takes on Arkansas's Carolina Gomez Alonso. Also Taylor Melville serving for the match. Though down a break point as she takes on Stanford's Alexandra Yepafanova. Super producer Daniel Westoff, if you have the capabilities, can you flip court 10 to court 11 as Mary Stoyana did get the break, and she will now serve for the match. The Texas A&M superstar sophomore 6'3", 5'1" up on Molly Helgeson. Oh, can we leave that Segerman match there and replace it with court 10? Is that a possibility? I apologize. Segerman, of course, serving to stay alive. Segerman does indeed hold 4-5-all. Meanwhile, again, you see it on court 11 now. Mary Stoyana closing in on the finish line. The Aggie 6'3", 5'1", now 30-all. She takes on UNL's Molly Helgeson. I should say UNLV. I was going to say UNL didn't sound right. UNLV, of course. For Helgeson, the super senior, be at the number 1 spot, likely once again for her squad. Pretty solid, 13 and 15 overall last season at the number 1 spot. Helgeson, of course, very nice run for her. At the ITA Regional, Helgeson falls in the final. Ultimately, to Denver's Taylor Melville, but again, to get that opportunity to compete here at the Fall National Championships, never taken for granted. Breakpoint chances here as well. Keep herself alive in this first round match. It is Mary Stoyana. Straight set victory for the rising sophomore over Helgeson. And now she'll advance to round number 2. Good start for the Aggies, coming off of one of their best seasons in program history last year. With that said, let's see, Segerman's at 30-all. such good matches happening around the grounds right now. Can we keep 12 on our screen as we make court 11, court number 8? I'll make that court number 8. Angelica Blake. Bit of an upset alert going on. She's taking on Maddie Sieg of USC, but it's Blake, veteran now at this point of her college career, flexing her muscles a little bit against the USC superstar freshman. 4-3 lead on serve in the second. A good spot to be in, though, right now for the Stanford Cardinal. Meanwhile, on the left side of your screen, if you don't recognize the hitch and the giddy up of Sam Paul at this point, do you even watch college tennis? Coach Paul making a quick move across the court as he supports his new member of the roster, Ryan Segerman. Oh, just long off the racket of Segerman. So Eggard does get the hold. Segerman will serve once again to stay alive. Down 5-6 in the deciding set. We're going to keep that on your screen. It's a game point for the USC freshman on the right.
Go, Joe!
All of a sudden, it's the USC freshman, a little bit of an opening just to extend her match in the third set. Response there from Blake. Meanwhile, again, Segerman still serving to stay alive. By the way, your USC freshman again 4th seed overall in the draw this week. Playing one of her first college events, yet has already very much established herself as one of the players to keep an eye on here in this 2022-23 season. And again, you look at that USC core. Snow Hahn had a massive summer on the pro circuit. Of course, Erin Cayetano, winner of this event last season, #1 in the country for a lot of last year in the women's singles college rankings. That, my friends, is a rally. And did that ball land good? It looks like it did. So Blake is broken. Trojan's going to have a chance to serve to extend the match. Meanwhile, match point Segerman down. He's passed on a brilliant little backhand flip shot. So Enzo Eggard, 7-5 in the third. He advances over Ryan Segerman. What a win for the rising sophomore. And now up next, a date with TCU's Jacob Fernley. Fernley, a 5-8 seed, a 6-3 in the third winner earlier today. He'll now take on Alabama's again. So Eggard coming up in tomorrow's match. We'll keep an eye still on court number 8. But can we make court number 12, court number 18 very quickly? I mean, as fast as humanly possible. I don't even need a scoreboard because I'll tell you all right now, Blake Kreuter, the Georgia Bulldog, facing 2 match points. Natan Rodriguez of Louisville. Opportunity to earn a straight set victory. 5-4 lead. Kreuter, serving volley down match point. You file that under things you love to see. Now a 8-point break, a set, and a match point. Kreuter does stay alive. 4-5 all. Will stay here momentarily. It's a really nice spot from Angelica Blake, looking like the veteran she has become at this point. Breaks right back 4-5 all in set number 2. And guess what, folks? With how much action is going on the grounds right now, we're going to have to keep jumping across the board to 5 all locations here in second set. But Westhoff, I'm going to need a double switch from you. Let's make court 18. Oh, no, excuse me. We're going to leave court 18 as is. I forgot we don't have a camera on court number 16. So leave 18 as is. But can we make court 8 court number 9? Abby Forbes about to serve for the match. 6-2, 5-1 lead now. She's taking on like a Rapaloo. Of course, the rising Texas junior. Crazy to say that now. Feels like Rapaloo, Collins, Stearns, Shavatapan, that sensational freshman class that has delivered 2 NCAA championships. The University of Texas, now in their 3rd year. Now again, Natan Rodriguez still keeping pace up. 6-2, 6-5 over on 18. Nice win for his Louisville program. Knock off Georgia's Kreuter here today. Meanwhile, if you haven't already seen it, that's the Abby Forbes experience in a nutshell. Since she walked into the college tennis universe back in the 2019-2020 season, that's just the sort of player Abby Forbes has been. All-American during her time at UCLA. Now, of course, located in Chapel Hill, one member of what is truly a remarkable UNC women's tennis roster. Forbes now a couple of points away. Joining teammates Carson Tangelical, Fiona Crowley. Fallen that's round of 16, but credit to Rapaloo. She won't go away. And look, it's certainly a different sort of feel in Texas this year. Stearns is gone. Collins is gone. Neither of the Tarati sisters going to be walking through that door anymore. This is the season, the opening for Rapaloo to step up. I believe the Zemaripas, Zadu Vrutski, one of them left the Longhorns this past off-season as well. Coach Howard Joffe going to need Rapaloo to deliver these sorts of results. Texas wants to maintain their spot moving forward. Meanwhile, Blake Crowder just slowly going about his business. Obviously, massive ITA All-American for the Georgia Bulldogs program. It was our first all-single school men's singles final since 1996, as Georgia teammates Ethan Quinn, Phil Henning went head-to-head in Tulsa. Of course, Quinn not in the draw this week, your 2022 ITA All-American champion, opting to play the Charlottesville Challenger instead. He was actually knocked off last night by Lucas Gertsch. Straight set win for the German, but Crowder doing his thing. Meanwhile, match points now for Abby Forbes on the right side of your screen. And there it is, Abby Forbes, 6-2, 6-1, third Carolina Tar Heel. into the round of 16. Forbes, the number 3 seed, joining 5 through 8 seed Carson Tangelical, of course, your top seed, 2022 ITA All-American champion Fiona Crowley, into the round of 16 as well. Not sure, we probably haven't posted the Cracked Interviews podcast with ITA All-American Fiona Crowley quite yet. That's an unforced error by me. We did speak with her. She's been a little busy here at Cracked Rackets, getting things rocking and rolling. Meanwhile, you see the match point situation for Rodriguez on the left. We're going to have to fight off another one here. He wants to keep his Fall Nats experience alive. Wow. A couple shocking updates to offer all of you. Meanwhile, Natan Rodriguez does it. That is an upset, folks. Rodriguez, straight set winner over Blake Kreuter. I see you, Natan. Cardinal Nation certain to stand up after that one. Let's see. Got a lot of fun matches we could pick from now. Some doubles matches slowly leaking onto our court now as well. We're going to stick with singles for now. Let's see. Well, here's a fascinating development. Let's just go to court 10, and let's go to 8 and 10, please. We'll double up 8 and 10, 2 matches we had been watching earlier. Right now, Maddie Sieg makes it a 3rd consecutive break, and she will serve for the set once again, up 6-5 on Stanford's Angelica Blake. Meanwhile, remember when Marley Zane was up 6-2, 4-1? And I suggested that she might be cruising to the finish line? Well, if we've learned anything about Oklahoma tennis over the past, year? 18 months? We know that the Sooners don't go away. And credit to Julia Garcia Ruiz, newest addition to the Oklahoma roster. She ain't going anywhere. As right now, Ruiz, from again 6-2, 4-1 down, takes the second set 6-4 to force a decider. That, my friends, is what it is all about. Serve there. On the left side of your screen, the USC freshman 2 points away from forcing a decider. Meanwhile, again, on the right side of your screen, quote my dear friends, Fallout Boys. Right now, for Julia Garcia Ruiz, let the good times roll. The freshman now 6 straight games. A 1-love lead. You're in set number 3. Meanwhile, 6-5, 30 all. On the left side of your screen. Actually, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can we just go full screen on 8? Still very early in that deciding set on court 10. Did want to pop in on that Oklahoma freshman. Just a little update for you on the run of the Sooner. Let's go full screen on 8 for the ending of this second set. This is certainly feels like the hottest match of the moment. And wow, Blake aced down the tee. Gutsy stuff. From the freshman. She She's now got 2 set points to force the deciding third set. So we're going the distance. Here on court number 8 is the USC freshman. 7-5 second set we will play on here at the Barnes Tennis Center. With that in mind, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a little counting for all of you. 7 singles matches still on court here. Round 1 being played today. Barnes Tennis Center, San Diego, California. Draws of 32, of course, across the board at each of these events. Let's see, what's closest to the finish line right now? I say we go to court number 13. Court number 13. That's Ryder Jackson, formerly a USC Trojan. Jackson a 6-3 3-all lead right now. He takes on Wichita State's Krzysztof Minarik. Minarik, the rising sophomore out of Slovakia. Of course, a little bit of a changing point now at Wichita State this season. Of course, new head coach. Gavin now taking over for the Shockers in his first season. Of course, Gavin comes over from the University of Miami. Assistant coach the past 2 seasons. Used to be a 4-year, of course, player himself was Gavin at Old Dominion, 2012 to 2016. Immediately then, broke into the coaching ranks, and unsurprising, for those of you who know college tennis well, Coach Glavin, part of the Billy Pate coaching tree. Feels like if anyone's had a conversation with Princeton men's tennis head coach Billy Pate, you automatically become eligible for a head coaching job. Really feels like that's how strong the coaching tree is. That's the sort of influence Coach Pate now yields. Solid showing so far for the Shocker. Keeps us on serve 4-3 now. Here in set number 2. Again, so much action happening across the Barnes Tennis Center facility. It's now 7 straight games for Julia Garcia Ruiz. It's the Oklahoma Sooner cruising on court number 10. Let's go split screen with there. Let's keep 13 on. This will be fun to watch. A little Ryder Jackson action. Jackson, of course, contributor to the 2020 USC Men's Tennis National Indoor Championship winning team, but was in more of a bench role, no doubt, for much of last season, and you can understand why. The depth, the talent on that USC roster felt like outside of Stefan Dostanek, their #1 singles player, you could have flipped a coin who could have played 2 through 6 on any given day for the Trojans last season. But Jackson making that decision to follow his former associate head coach, Chris Quinta. Quinta, of course, now the head coach of USC men's tennis team. So Jackson serving here 3-4. Again, we'll get that split screen up. Court 10 up for you momentarily. Julia Garcia Ruiz. 7 straight games against now Texas's Marley Zane. Tell you what, I'm all in on this lefty freshman. Of course, you look for Julia Garcia Ruiz. Reached a career-high ITF junior ranking of 20. Heat in the juniors, U.S. Open, French Open, and Wimbledon events. Of course, joins this Oklahoma team just as the program continues to thrive. And certainly, you look at who's back from last season, the Corleys, Wayne Sleeth, Emma Staker, Sandra Pisareva, Dana Guzman. Of course, the only player they're missing is Chanta. Tell you what, with what I've seen from the lefty here, Garcia Ruiz, it does feel like Oklahoma's still going to have that depth and that strength 1 through 6. They will be an absolute nightmare to face this season. This Oklahoma freshman everywhere right now. We're going to stick on that court as it's a quick 3-love lead here in the deciding set. Meanwhile, Ryder Jackson trying to keep his straight set victory hopes alive. Does indeed by earning that break of serve. So 4-5 back on serve in the second set. Again, Alex Gruskin here. I believe we're steering the ship for the rest of the day. Confirmation for that as we go. Certainly a lot of fun tennis on the board. Again, sitting back here in our broadcast booth as we watch this action unfold. Alex Gruskin here, left side of your screen, Ryder Jackson, looking to extend set number 2, but I believe he's facing some set points here. I apologize, screen getting a little blurry on me. that's not the case for all of you.
Come on! Let's go!
Meanwhile, again, Garcia Ruiz. 9 straight games, but perhaps in jeopardy of dropping her first in quite some time. But not when the drop shot's that good. So it does look like we're going 3 sets. On court number 13, indeed. 6-4 second set for Christoph Minnerik in Wichita State. So let's replace court 13 with court 8. Couple of matches we've been keeping our eyes on for a while now. We'll keep court 10 in your life as, again, Julia Garcia Ruiz looking to earn a definitive victory here in one of her inaugural events. 4-love lead on Texas's Marley Zane. But if we can, let's go split screen, keep court 10, but court number 8. The other screen I want to go to Maddie Sieg again. Took her a little bit extra time, but did take that second set 7-5, and now the USC freshman is doing what she has done really throughout the course of this 2022 season, whether it be at the pro level, certainly at the collegiate level. Freshman out of Greenwich, Connecticut. 3-love lead in the third set, of course. Currently ranked number 453 in the world. It's the USC freshman. She reached the semifinals. Fort Worth 25K just 2 weeks ago. Finalist at a 25K in Saskatoon back in mid-July, and had a bunch of pro runs over the course of the past year. Won a 15K title in Naples back at the start of March as well. So again, college tennis world knew this freshman was coming, but certainly interesting to see her with some adversity and respond so well here early. Meanwhile, remember when it was 40-love Zane? Well, it took her a lot of extra effort just to get that hold. That said, Marley Zane is on the board still. Oh, I missed you, my friend. It's good to see after spending so much time with that Oklahoma coaching staff last season, and how could we not? Oklahoma NCAA finalist, national indoor finalist, but it's good to see you. Jose Gracia, welcome back into our lives as the Oklahoma assistant, doing his job, coaching up his freshmen today. Meanwhile, Blake does get a break back, but whenever the dialogue starts going, whenever you've got that monologue working, unless it's on a podcast, that's typically a problem, particularly when on the tennis court. You can tell Blake right now, an extended conversation with her coaching staff, with herself, trying to find anything here. Tell you what, a couple of freshmen on your screen. It's crazy to think that we might already be turning the page, right, to another chapter of talented incomers, but man, there's a lot to like about this freshman class, and certainly on your screen you can understand why. Just so good. On court number 10, what a point from Marley Zane, using every ounce of her athleticism. But yeah, I'm buying all the stock in freshman Julia Garcia Ruiz. How well the lefty moves the ball around the court to be able to hit a backpedaling, turnaround, forehand passing shot. Just makes Zane have to hit such a difficult volley. Yeah, I'll just say it. I'm all in. Didn't take much. Meanwhile, how about that for Angelica Blake? A big roar from the Stanford Cardinal, a player I have always compared to a college tennis version of Karolina Pliskova. Blake, very much a see-ball, hit-ball big sort of player. Can run hot, also definitely run a little bit cold as well. She regains some rhythm, narrows that deficit. 3-2 now, still a break lead for the USC freshman. Over in that third set. Meanwhile, again, 4 doubles matches now out on court as well. You've got 7 singles matches still in progress. Still have 28 matches on today's schedule, folks. And I'll tell you what, this is what you always love to see. 3:45 p.m. here now, Pacific time. I think I might just be sleeping here at TC Studios today. She hits the overhead, too. Let's go full screen court 10. Again, lock in on this Oklahoma freshman, and you just ask yourself, they had enough difficulty finding playing time for everyone last season. Well, again, everyone but Shanta is back, and now you add Garcia Ruiz into the mix. Do not sell these Oklahoma Sooners short. It's tough look here for Zane. Not much she can do again. Garcia Ruiz has just had every answer down the home stretch of this match. Again, it was 6-2, 4-1 Marley Zane. She had break points for 5-1. Felt like this match was in the books. And all of a sudden, what does Oklahoma always say? We love deuce points. We love break points. Do they love 6-2, 4-1 deficits now as well? Maybe they do. What a win for Oklahoma freshman Julia Garcia Ruiz again on the precipice of defeat. Third set victory, excuse me. Such excellent rhythm. She wins what? 10 out of the last 11 games. Just simply remarkable. So now you look for the Oklahoma freshman up next. She'll have a date. Mary Stoyana, 5-8 seed out of Texas A&M. So how about that? A little Oklahoma, Texas A&M NCAA quarterfinals proxy rematch in the round of 16. You file that under things you love to see. Meanwhile, we've now got 6 singles matches on the board. It's 3 all in the third between South Carolina's Sarah Hamner, Ohio State's Sydney Ratliff. Hamner, of course, 2021 ITA All-American Singles Champion, taking on a fellow sophomore in Ratliff. That match on court 17, just outside of our purview. Let's go back to court number 8. Match we've been locked in on from the start. As we head to court number 8 now again. Right now, Maddie Sieg, USC freshman, again a top 8 seed. 4-2 lead now. We're on court number 8. So let's lock in here. Haven't had a ton of opportunity to watch this USC freshman. Now, I feel like I've been watching Angelica Blake for the entirety of her career. Blake, is she really a senior now for Stanford? Time flies when you're having fun, but that's the case. Is a senior. Technically has one more year of eligibility should she choose to use it. Of course, you look for Blake, 20-5 overall in singles last year. All of those matches at the number 3 spot, with 13-2 against Pac-12 opponents. Of course, you look for Blake in terms of her ITA regional success. Able to reach the final before getting knocked out by teammate Alexandra Yepafanova in the ITA Northwest Regional. 18th consecutive season that ITA Northwest Regional has been held on the Stanford campus. Testament to the success, clout built by that Stanford program. Right now, it's all about Madison, though. USC freshman winning a 15K title back in early 2022. And it's a break point, 2 of them, but almost feels like a match point here for USC freshman Sieg. Dare I say, that might just be the final straw. 5-2 lead in the 3rd set for the freshman. Again, we've got 6 singles matches to go. We're going to stay focused on singles for now. We will then slowly begin to work in our doubles. Can we go split screen, please? Super producer Daniel Westhoff. And let's incorporate, how about this? A little Stanford Power 1/6 of an hour. That's right. We're going to do a 10-minute Stanford Cardinal binge because we've got a couple of Cardinals on court right now, each of them nearing the finish line of their matches. Now, obviously, Blake down 5-2 in the 3rd here. The good news, if you're a Stanford Cardinal fan, the continued rise of sophomore Max Basing, it has moved into this ITA Fall Nats Championship. And so let's go split screen courts 8 and 6 as super producer Daniel Westhoff beat me to it. I think he got the hint from that Stanford Power Hour. Of course, Basing was so good during the ITA All-American. Of course, Basing was your ITA Northwest Region Rookie of the Year last season with a remarkable 23-4 in singles, 18-2 for the Cardinal in dual match play. Of course, Basing semi-finalist at the ITA All-American Championship before getting knocked out in 3 sets by Georgia's Phil Henning. But I'll just say it, you look for the Stanford Cardinal after what many would consider a slightly disappointing season last year. You have a core of Ferry, Geller, Rotzart, freshmen like Basing. It felt like that Stanford Cardinal duo, roster was capable of a little bit more than they showed last season. Well, guess what? Ferry, he's probably back. Basing, he's definitely back. Now you add in players like freshman Nishesh Babassaretti, former junior Wimbledon champ Samir Banerjee into the mix. You have veterans like Philip Klosinski, Neil Rajesh, Aryan Chaudhry. It's a lot of talent. On that Stanford roster, and Basing certainly making that sophomore surge we see so frequently from those players who become the elite of the elite in the college tennis universe. So we're going to stay split screen again for this Stanford Power 1/6 of an hour, as I have decided to deem it in the moment. Of course, on the flip side, Nemanja Alicevic, who we alluded to earlier, was a finalist in his regional. Of course, Mississippi State. Still a little bit of a transition. Gone is the Nuno Borges, Trevor Fauché, Strali, Nick Braun era. Nevertheless, Coach Roberts still has his guys. The program headed the right direction. Mousevich, a big reason why. Gets a little bit away with one there, but count the Mississippi State Bulldog out. He will continue to scrap. Meanwhile, it's match point on the left side of your screen. How about that for the USC freshman? Sieg through in 3 sets. Now, again, she's a freshman, but for what it's worth, she's also a top 8 seed here this week. Actually seeded 4th overall. Now you look for Sieg. She advances to the round of 16, where she will take on Elaine Chervinsky. Chervinsky, of course, a Virginia Cavalier, so that's a fun one to look forward to tomorrow. Meanwhile, if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff. I lost the court momentarily, but I believe it was court 6 for Ryder Jackson. Can we please go back to court number 6, as I believe Jackson down a pretty quick deficit in that 3rd set. Again, Jackson taking on Wichita State's Minaric. Christoph Minaric. Shout out to the Wichita State website for the correct pronunciation. Shout out to everyone pointing me in the correct direction as well. Indeed, we do have Ryder Jackson back on your screen. And I want to make sure I saw that scoreboard correct, because what I saw was he was down a quick 4-1 deficit. And indeed, that is the case. So Minaric rolling from the momentum. Build to end set number 2. Broke Ryder Jackson twice down the home stretch. Had 2 opportunities to serve for the match. Was unable to close it out. Meanwhile, Max Basing here in a little bit of trouble. I have all 30 all. Set number 2, of course, last year was another Stanford Cardinal, Arthur Ferry, who had so much success in the ITA All-American Championships. Fall National Championships. Reached the championship match in both singles and doubles. Fell a little bit short in both of those matches, but who'd have thunk it? A Stanford Cardinal enjoys competing. He does indeed grind out a hold, does the sophomore Max Basing. So 6-5 there on court number 6. Can we leave it on our screen now? Super producer Daniel Westhoff, that's cool with you. That's cool with me. Apologies for the changeover. That's what the beauty of this split screen is. I'll just ask all of you, give me about a 5-degree shift in your head to the left. 5 degrees only. Now you're going to be able to lock in on Minarik, Ryder Jackson. Jackson is, again, trying his best to keep it just a 1-break deficit. That's a nice hold. Now Cal Bear. Again, not going to see a ton of players with the same sort of ground strokes, funkiness that Ryder Jackson brings to the table. There is a little hitch in the giddy-up, right? That forehand backswing a little elongated. Backhand gets a little wristy. Yeah, don't confuse unorthodox for ineffective. That is not the case for Jackson, never has been. I mean, again, find me someone else who can do that. Full sprint on the slide. Shout out to 2017. Look at the flick of the wrist. Just a little flicker. Generates enough depth to draw the error. You're, to quote Voldemort, end of Harry Potter Order of the Phoenix. You're a fool, Harry Potter, if you think that match on court 13 doesn't have another twist left in it. Meanwhile, Max Basing just makes it all look so smooth. Now all of a sudden, Stanford Cardinal 2 points away from the match. Yeah, can't give Basing 2 looks at a pass. And so I will ask all of you again, after that 5-degree shift of your head to the left, now it's time, shift that head 5 degrees back to your right. So you've got 2 match points for the super sophomore. Stanford's Max Basing. We had a wave of singles matches end as well. Oh, we did indeed. So quick scoreboard update for all of you because this was confusing to me. Sydney Ratliff, upset win for the Ohio State sophomore. Ratliff, 0-6, 6-3, 6-3, come from behind victory over South Carolina's Sarah Hamner. Meanwhile, ITA All-American semifinalist, and one could argue part-time Terminator, Elliot Spizzeri, the one-wrist wonder, a 3-3 victory over Harris Walker. Kick off his campaign. Let's see, what else do we have come off the board recently? Ooh, Carolina Gomez Alonso. 7-5 in the third win for the Arkansas Razorback over Julia Adams, and now it's Max Basing. 6-4, 7-5 victory over Mississippi State's Nemanja Milicevic. So Basing into the round of 16. Next up, of course, for the Stanford sophomore. How about this? A little date for Basing. Perhaps with top seed Garrett Johns is Johns right now. He must have just come off court because his scoreboard was up there a second ago. So I'm assuming Johns just came off the court. Now, he was up a set, but I don't see him under the completed section yet. So I'll keep my eye out for Garrett Johns. As again, Basing will face the winner. Top seed Garrett Johns of Duke, Pierce Rollins of A&M. When I last looked, though, again, it was Johns leading that match. So I'll keep an eye out for an updated scoreboard for all of you. But now, I agree with you, Austin Conlon. I hope I got that right, Conlon. I know there's ATP Paris action going on right now, so maybe you are Conlon. Little French shout out, but he is indeed Max Ball Machine Basing. Not a lot of free points to work with when you're taking on the Stanford sophomore. To quote Rihanna, he wants to see you work, 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 work. That's a good victory. Quick work. Let's see what I did there for Max Basing. Meanwhile, Ryder Jackson looking to stay alive here. How about this? It's Wichita State. Christoph Minarik. Now 2 points away from the finish line. It's a nice response there from Ryder Jackson, just keeping things simple. Well, that was fascinating. Minarik almost baiting Ryder Jackson to move forward behind a ball, and Jackson, you could tell, did not want to come to the net, has learned to respect the passing shots of the sophomore Minarik, and now, how about this? 2 match point chances. So we play on let's go the deuce point. By the way, we do have the official update. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, Garrett Johns. It was indeed a 6-2, 6-3 victory for the top seed. So Johns does advance to that matchup with Basing. Likely have that one for you all tomorrow here on our Cracked Rackets feed. Of course, so excited to have coverage from first ball to last. Speaking of which, I think that ball has seen its last days. And I like that. Respectful from Minarik to say, hey, do you want to check the ball, Ryder? Again, this isn't any funkiness. I don't want just new balls for my final service game. I think they thought a ball legitimately popped. That's a great set of forehands there. And that's the play, in my opinion. You got to get Ryder Jackson pressured on that forehand wing. All right. Little bit of drama all of a sudden, a couple of match points come and go. Now, Minarik's got another, but it also acts as a break point chance for Ryder Jackson. Another quadruple threat sort of point here. It's all fun and games until you get to match point. That's what makes tennis the sport we all love so dearly. Gotta earn it. Never gonna be handed to you. Yes, there's doubles, but very rarely is a teammate going to bail you out. So we play on here on court 13. So now they're checking all the balls here. Makes sense. And again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin. As we enter what? Let's see. I want to say we started at 11 a.m. Pacific time. 2-hour delay due to the rain. So it's hour number 6 here of our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2022 ITA National Fall Championships. The symbolic finish to the fall portion of the college tennis season. Of course, again, if you are just joining us, this has been a fun one. Ryder Jackson, formerly a USC Trojan, now entering his junior season at Cal. Jackson broken serving at 4-5 in set number 2, just broke back. Actually fought off a bunch of match points. As there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. There's Quinta walking on court. A few words for Ryder. And coach of Cal is Coach Quinta, dear friend of our program here at Cracked Racquets. So many of these coaches so supportive of our efforts here over the years. That's why we're so happy to be a part of this Fall National Championship experience. I'll tell you what, with all due respect, the biggest weapon in this match is without question that Minarik forehand. When he has time to set on it, explodes through that ball. Feels like Ryder's had to hit some sort of forehand slice anytime Minarik connects cleanly. setter continues to come up with answers, though, so he extends this match to 5-all. Brilliant adjustment. Oh, that's a point penalty. You cannot do that. And after an exceptional point as well. Tell you what, on the practice court, you're lying. to yourself if you say you wouldn't have tossed your racket after such an exceptional point, such an exceptional moment. That's going to be a point penalty. I don't know how he can start this game at anything other than love 15. I mean, that's a full-on tossage as that Ryder Jackson overhead goes into the net. So, yeah, okay, there's the point penalty. You knew it was coming. Hate to say it, but I'll tell you this. Sometimes, every so often, you're given a point penalty, and maybe you didn't necessarily earn it. I'll tell you this. At least Ryder Jackson extracted every ounce of value out of that point penalty, right? I always say if you're going to get one, really get it. And there's no doubt that toss helped get some frustration, assuredly, out for Ryder Jackson. So Jackson now going to be in a familiar position. Again, has already fought off match points. So now the Cal Jr. going to serve once again to stay alive as he takes on the rising sophomore, Krzysztof Minarik, out of Wichita State. Meanwhile, we have 2 total singles matches out on court. Our other singles match happening on court 15. Columbia freshman, junior Wimbledon finalist in 2022, Michael Zhang, who we had the chance to speak with here at Cracked Racquets. You can go hear from the Columbia freshman on the Cracked Interviews podcast. Forces a third set. He's up 1-love in that decider over on court 15. Meanwhile, we've got 7 doubles matches already out on court. A couple of doubles matches also already in the books. So we'll make that transition to doubles momentarily. We've invested so much in this. Gotta see this through, right? Once again, Ryder Jackson. That's a deserved finish. Krzysztof Minarik, exceptional ending. And yeah, you see the respect. Coach Quinta immediately offering up that handshake. What a big win for the rising sophomore. And I'll tell you what, again, you look for this Wichita State program. Head coach Derek Lavin going to be thrilled with how his team has competed this fall. With that said, that's our final singles match on camera on court for the day. Now we get to transition to the doubles. Now it's time for us to bring back the split screens. And so with that in mind, super producer Daniel Westoff, let's go right over to Stadium Court. May have missed a match point. In fact, actually, I think we did. It was a 6-4, 6-4 victory. So just kidding. We're not going to go to Stadium. Let's go to court number 12. Court number 12, if we can, please. Introduce some of our doubles. Yep. You reach, I teach. Brilliant lob there. Not sure if that was Huber or Saying, but it's Wisconsin and the red tops, white bottoms on the far side of your screen. That's a break back. No, excuse me. It's a much-needed hold to get on the board. For Wisconsin duo. Berman saying so again. 3-1 now. Still, you look for this Louisville duo. Mayu Mizrahi. The first time in his life, super producer Daniel Westoff might be accused of bias here. I'm going to ask him to switch screens because he'll be like, nah, I'm going to stick with my Cardinals. There's Westoff from the Louisville area, for those of you curious. And you look for this Louisville program after a disappointing loss to Oklahoma, first round of last year's NCAA tournament. Good lead. That's a tough ball to let fly. High forehand volley. You're so tempted to just be like, I'm going to spike it down no matter what. Great discipline there. Alrighty, back-to-back deuce points. Big opening here for the Wisconsin Badgers. It's a good hold, though. So Louisville keeps themselves out in front, 6-3-4-1. Can we go split screen, super producer Daniel Westoff? Let's bring on court number 9. We're nearing a first set very quickly over on 9 if we can. A little women's doubles action here for all of you Cracked Brackets fans tuning in right now in court number 9. Set points for the University of Portland. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westoff. Portland serving. How about that? When's the last time you saw a good purple in college tennis? I kind of love it. It's Pathy Bridge, Zelich taking on Molina and Stevens. How about that? Pathy Bridge, Zelich. First set, Portland. We'll stick around here on the split screen. Obviously, court 12. Louisville looking to force that third set. Of course, want to jump around here as much as we can here in these early days to try to show you all the action as it unfolds. Show you all the biggest points. We still have 22 matches here in doubles, 22 first round affairs. Go out on court. Wisconsin does indeed hold 4-2, force the pressure back on Louisville there in set number 2. Meanwhile, let's lock in on this Portland duo. For this University of Portland women's tennis team, of course, for those that don't know, the Pilots. Alrighty, we're back on serve on court number 12. Of course, again, just to finish that thought on Portland, you look at this duo, Zelich, Pethy Bridge finalists at their ITA Fall Regional, Northwest Region. Duo knocked off in the final by Cal's duo of Jessica Alsola, Katja Wiersholm. Tough year for Portland last year, 6-14 overall. Certainly, pilots will view this as a refreshing start to the season. Just be able to compete here at the Fall Nats. Some of the best players across the country. That pass land good? I think it did, right? Yeah, that's a delayed. Come on, beautiful down the line passing shot. Make a note on that one on court 9. Super producer Daniel Westoff, but we see 1-all hold there. Can we keep the action on 12 and switch out court 9? Super producer Daniel Westoff. I'd like to go over to court number 16 now. Number 16, where here's a duo people remember well. Savannah Brodus, Janice Chin. I want to say they were semifinalists in the NCAA doubles championship last year. Finished the season ranked number 15 in doubles with Janice Chen. Won 24 doubles matches together last season, 6th all-time in terms of Pepperdine single-season victories. Indeed, it was the semifinal. Shout out to the brain, Alex. It still works. Want to lock in on this duo again. Brodus Chen, far side of your screen. How about this fun matchup for this duo, who perhaps unsurprisingly, for those of you who watched last season's tennis unfold, ranked number 1 here at the Fall Nats this year. They're taking on the Columbia duo, Shivani Imanini. To Wold, excuse me. And of course, I think for every Ivy League team, this is the first season that in about 3-4 years that feels finally normal once again. As again, break points, by the way, 3 of them. Left side of your screen, always tough on these early days. So many matches going on. I know we do a lot of talking here. Certainly, some of you just want to lock in on the tennis. But for what it's worth, after no Ivy League tennis during the 2020-21 season. Limited action last year. Yeah, they got to play the dual matches, but things still a little bit tentative in the fall. This is the first time, again, in about 2.5 years where these Ivy League schools finally probably got a full training block in. full fall schedule to best prepare themselves for the upcoming college grind. Not going to be a shock to me this season to see a bounce back from the Ivy League just about everywhere. No, that's exceptional. That actually was very much exceptional. How about this again? Could we go full screen court 12? Broda now in that commanding position. Again, I would argue that is your strongest team here to start, certainly from a pedigree standpoint. All due respect to the ITA All-American champions of Rajecki and Miller, but I really like that Pepperdine duo. Loved them last year. Loved them this year as well. How about this? We're going the distance. Here on 12 after a little bit of hiccup. It's the Louisville Cardinals forcing the third. So as soon as this gets underway, we'll come back here. Let's just go quick full screen. Ooh, it's tough to pick. There's a lot of good stuff going on right now. A lot of matches early in their action. Got 9 doubles matches, according to my eyes, now out on court. All right, let's put 12 on the left side of our screen. Survey says, let's go over to court 14. Court 14, that's the match. Oh, we don't have court 14, I apologize. Let's go over. Ooh, survey says, let's go back to 9. Let's go split screen here in court number 9. Again, that Portland duo. Hathybridge, Zelich. Now, all due respect to Portland, but I know Kentucky wasn't great last season. That would feel like an upset should they knock off the Wildcat duo of Molina and Stevens. Deuce point chant here for the Wildcats. see now. Portland, the deuce point hold 4-2 all. All right, you know what? Gonna make an executive decision. Let's just go full screen on court number 12. Third set breaker. Always worth being locked into. Again, Louisville, red tops, black shorts. Wisconsin, red tops, white shorts. I believe that's Ivan Lubitsch, Wisconsin assistant. You see hovering there on the sideline on your right. All right, mini break lead goes to Louisville. Two at the turn. Wisconsin able to earn one of those mini breaks back. It does feel, again, we haven't watched the entirety of this match, but it does feel from a traditional standpoint, this Louisville team probably playing a style of doubles we're more familiar with. Feels like they've been the one taking those first chances to sneak forward, get two up at the net, certainly capitalizing on any impetus to move forward. Look at the dynamic. Again, let's just play a game. Who would you rather be, two up or two back? Very simplistic. Sometimes tennis really isn't that complicated. Even there, yeah, he missed the return, but look at the intent. All right. Good response. Keeps things at a single mini break deficit now still. This match is on Louisville's racket. All they got to do, defend their next 5 points on serve, And this duo will be in the ITA Fall National Round of 16.
Big man. Big news.
Oh. So good. Have to give him the standing O there. And what did Huber and Minsayan do in that game on that point? They moved forward, took control of the net from the Cardinals. I mean, great hands at the net to be prepared for some of those lefty forehands into the body, but it's a really good point. Still down 5-6, but now we are back on serve in our third set breaker. It's a good response. Love the poach. Even better than the poach, the pace. So Louisville back up. Middle solves the riddle. That's a bold shot choice, and I believe the lefty has been saying. And you look for Michael Minsayan, of course. Swedish junior national champion, beginning his first season. Like that they paired him with the veteran Huber. But right now, how about this? Now it's going to be a tough day for Louisville fans tomorrow. Some NCAA news coming out, but for now, maybe they celebrate. A couple of match point chances here for the Cardinals. And there it is. 3-6, 6-3, 10-5 victory for the Louisville duo. Will Mayu, David Mizrahi. They are into the round of 16, but they will await the winner, Cernak Segerman of UNC and Weingar Westphal of Columbia. So we'll wait to see who this duo will face in the round of 16. Hopefully we'll be able to find out here as our coverage continues now into hour number 7 here. Day number 1 of the ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin here. One singles match left on the board. But how about this? Ooh, upset alert, super producer Dana Westhoff. We have to go to court 18 immediately. No split screen, straight court 18. And I apologize. I know Brodus and Chen are closing in on the finish line, but this would be your biggest upset of the day. As a duo, we've all come to know so well. Out of Wake Forest, it's the third seeds, Anna Brylan, Brooke Killingsworth. How about this? Lincoln, you might miss it. Maiko Uchijimiya, Jamie Way, 1 game away from upsetting your third seeds in round number 1. Again, I try to avoid hyperbole. That would be Of course, the later it gets, the more that sun positioning moves, and at the end, it'll become relevant. That low-hanging sun can just hang just in your eyes. Well, speaking of hang, right now, Wake Forest looking to hang around 2 game point chances for the third seed to at least keep themselves alive. Uh-oh. Little tentative on that volley. Alrighty, again. This is what makes this sport so delightful. Everything looks great on the scoreboard. This is what makes this so exciting. Again, match point number 1 fought off. What an upset this would be. But there it is. Upset of the day. The third seeds are out. It's the duo from Temple University, Uchijima and Wei. Not just a win, but straight set victory over the third seeds from Wake Forest. You hear that, everyone? That's a tremor coming over from San Diego. Big upset here on day number 1. And now we look at the rest of the board. I mentioned only one singles match currently going on. For what it's worth, Michael Zhang, 2022 Wimbledon Junior Boys Singles finalist, took a 6-2 second set after dropping the first. Was up 5-2 in the third. Now back on serve 5-4, 30-all. As Busleman of Utah looking to stay alive in that match. That's over on court 15, so we're going to veer away from that. Can we go quickly to 16? Quickly to 16, no scoreboard necessary. It's match point for Pepperdine. We can just blitz there right away. Super producer Daniel Westuff, don't even worry about that scoreboard. I got you covered. Match points, 6-1, 5-2, 40-15. So triple match point here. And that's Savannah Broda serving on the near side of your screen. And that's why they do what they do. Brodus Chen picking things up right where they left off. A smooth day at the office for your top seeds. Say advancing straight sets to round number 2 of this event. And so now again, where to turn, where to turn. This is where things get from. Let's run a little split screen if we can, super producer Daniel Westuff. Can we go? Actually, I lied. Quick to court 10, same deal. Just fly there, no scoreboard necessary. Here's a fascinating matchup. Sandra Jong, Louis Maxted, I believe they were seeded at the ITA All-Americans. Seeded once again, they're the third seeds here on court number 10. They took their first set 6-3, but guess who they're facing? It's not a Division I opponent. It's the guys from D3. James Hopper partnered with Vishwa Aduru. Hopper Aduru, members of the Case Western Reserve men's tennis team. Of course, Case, your 2022 Division III men's national finalists, knocked out by the University of Chicago. Come on, you guys think we don't follow D3 tennis? Here at Cracked Rackets, couldn't call ourselves the authority on all things college tennis if we weren't checking things out across levels. And I'll say it, every coach in the country, all due respect to Vishawa, who I don't know as well, but every college tennis coach in the country would want James Hopper on their roster. Hopper, top 5 singles player, top 5 doubles player in Division III college tennis, has had professional success as well, whether it be at the challenger level, futures level. No, he's considering spending his extra year of eligibility playing for a D1 program. He will be a hot commodity on the transfer portal should that end up the case. And I mean, look, again, yes, they dropped the opening set 6-3, but that's a single break of serve. Taking on a top 10 duo in the country, experienced one at that in Jung and Maxted. Let's lock in here for a little bit. We'll keep this on your screen. I blame myself for that. You hype Hopper up as much as I did there. Of course, he's going to miss the first overhead that he hits. But let's keep this on your screen, and let's get back to our split screen. Can we go court number 9 when you're ready? Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Keep this, but let's throw up number 9 as well as that Portland duo we've been monitoring. Shout out to the Portland Pilots. Pethybridge, Zelich, finalists in their ITA regional on the precipice of a big upset. 6-3, 4-5 second set as they take on Kentucky's Molina and Stevens. Big serve there from Hopper. 4:30-15, but again, when you are ready, super producer Daniel Westhoff, let's go split screen courts 8 and 9, please. And guess what, not 8 and 9, I mean 10 and 9. You knew what I meant. Sometimes I just talk and Westhoff can read through it. Not sure what the conversation was there. I think the serve was called out over on court number 9. I think that's what led to that confusion. And you see Coach Woj for Case Western on court, guiding his guys through. I can imagine he was a happy man to see his duo, Hopper Aduru, rewarded with a wild card into this event. I'll tell you this, there are a lot of people in the college tennis universe who are committed to the sport, who do so much day in, day out to promote the game, help build it at the grassroots level, try to keep this college tennis universe growing. I'm not saying he does the most, but I don't know any coach who does more than Todd at Case Western. Just such an excellent ambassador for this sport. instrumental in helping to bring a WTA event to Cleveland. I know James Hopper was the hitting partner for just about everyone at that WTA 250 earlier this summer. And that's taking it to the TCU Horned Frogs. How about that? A little 2 up. Hopper with the finishing volley. 15:30 opening there. Meanwhile, the Portland duo at the bridge. Zelich did hold. Extend their second set and lead. 6-3, 5-all now over the Kentucky duo. All right, so Portland will serve for the match. We're going to go full screen there as soon as that game gets underway. As of right now, it's Aduru. Game point chances keep Case on pace. Little rhyme for you there. Shout out Dr. Seuss. Case keeps pace. 2-1 on serve over on 10. Can we go full on 9? Let's see. This would be, I don't want to say a monumental upset. Certainly, again, you look for Kentucky after such a strong start last season to their non-conference schedule. Was certainly a rough year relative to expectations for the Kentucky Wildcats. Really struggled in conference play, 0-13 overall. So they'll be thrilled to sort of reset things here to kick off this 22-23 season. Of course, this duo Molina, Stevens. Interesting to note this duo, Molina and Stevens, according to the stats. They just one match together last year, went 1-0 in their time together at that number 1 doubles position, but it was a tough year last season. Kentucky 34-31 overall in doubles dual match play, 10-20 in double sets during the SEC season. Certainly something the Wildcats going to be focusing on here as they look to bounce back. That's a good serve, though. And so Portland, 2 points away. Has a Portland pairing ever reached? How about that? Who doesn't like a good alliteration? A Portland pairing, a Portland Pilots pairing. They ever reached the round of 16? At this event, I'm going to ask you. We'll crowdsource this. Oh, first of all, I just love when you leave a volley short. If any of you watching have played, you know the first thing you're going to do is just say, well, I'm about to get my head taken off, so let me just get in the crouch position and put my racket up. See what happens. Great response. Kentucky didn't get rattled. Now they've got breakpoint chances. Let's go to a breaker. Great response from Molina and Stevens. Caught Portland with their hand in the cookie jar, and so now, second set breaker. All right, they're going to have 2 more tie breaks. Portland end this match here. We'll keep this on your screen. Third set breaker going on between Michael Zhang, Geronimo Busliman, for what it's worth. And that match, though, over on 15, so sadly not quite able to show it to you all today, but we're working on it, folks, I promise. Not how you want to kick off the third, though. Double fault concedes the mini break right away for 1-love. Folks, scoreboard update. Case Western breaks TCU, so 3-1 lead for Hopper and Aduru. Might be Aduru. Get our research people on it. A lot of good matches happening right now across the grounds. tried to introduce a little bit of pace into that rally, but the forehand sprays. So there's your first point one on serve. 2-1 now in our third set breaker. Meanwhile, can we go? If you can do it fast, super producer Daniel Westhoff, throw court 10 up as you have 4 breakpoint chances for TCU. We can go split screen. Wouldn't hate to see those breakpoint chances. As we see that put away for 2-all. Can we do it quickly here in between points? Unfortunately, apologies, we did miss it. TCU getting that break right back for 3-2. We'll stay a little split screen here as this action is heating up on 10. All right. It really right now is mini break lead has opened up for the Portland Pilots duo, Pepperdine Zelich. And this duo finalists at their ITA regional. And now they're 1 point away from a victory. Meanwhile, more break point chances for Case. That land good? No way. It landed good for TCU, the inside in, thinnest of margins. Meanwhile, that is not how the match point was drawn up. Nevertheless, it's the Portland duo, Peffy Bridge and Zelich, through in straight sets over the Kentucky duo of Molina and Stevens. So the later it gets, the funkier things become. Here in San Diego and Portland, going to advance to face top seeds Brodus and Chen next. That'll certainly be another step up in competition for the Portland Pilots. Nevertheless, they advance to the round of 16. Let's go full on 10. Case Western gets the break. Can they consolidate? And full screen on 10 as soon as this point is done. Good hands. Sometimes it just helps to be in the right place at the right time. As you see on each transition, some of the faces who have captured this ITA Fall National Championship over the years. Of course, we were fortunate enough to be here last year. Aaron Cayetano, win over Daria Freeman in the final. August Holmgren, win over Arthur Ferry. Who's it going to be this year? That's the question on all of our minds. I do want to say, if you're looking for preview content, again, typically we try to provide that here at Cracked Rackets. Things, the best sorts of busy over the past 2 weeks, so we haven't been able to do that. But our dear friend and longtime contributor, John Parsons, he previewed these ITA Fall National Championships on the No Ad, No Problem blog. So if you're looking for some preview content, I'd push you over to Jay, our dear friend. Well-deserved plug for him. I actually think more coaches talk to Jay now than they do me. They're just like, we're done with Alex. The Alex phase is over. I'm out. John Parsons is in. But no, truly one of the best in the business. So if you're looking for more preview content, that's the place to turn to. Meanwhile, let's just lock in here for a little bit longer. Alrighty, got a little bit complicated, but guess what? Break consolidated, and now Case Western. One game away from forcing a deciding set, 5-2. Here in our second, Alex Gruskin here. What else do we have going on across the grounds right now? Can we throw up court 8? On a split screen, leave this as well, but let's go a little split here. Courts 8 and 10. Got a match relatively close to the finish line. right, so Jung and Maxted gonna ask the question of this Case Western duo. I know I'm enticed by this, but I just love to see interdivisional play. I think we don't do enough of it in college tennis. Yeah, it exists in pockets, but there's high-quality tennis happening everywhere. And I like that it's on display very prominently here at these ITA Fall National Championships for all to see. As you see, by the way, 6-3, 4-3. We're Utah up a set and a break. Let's go full on 10. Full on 10 here. We'll keep our eye on 8, try to get you to the ending of it should Utah continue to keep their nose out in front. Alrighty, folks. We'll work on super producer Daniel Westoff. Just a note between us. Let's get that sound, slow clap sound effect ready for later on this week. I know we don't have it today, but this is worthy of a slow clap. 2 set points on the racket of James Hopper. Let's go the distance. Third set breaker coming up on court number 10. We'll keep that on your screen. Meanwhile, it's a lot of red. I won't lie. Red shirt, red shorts. Here for the Utah Utes. Guess what? They face 4 breakpoint chances. First one fought off by a nice first serve. And by the way, got to give a shout out here to college tennis. There's a world where NC State could have worn their all reds as well. Similar colors here for Utah and NC State. But someone was like, no, we're not doing that. You're not going to be matching. We're going to make sure you guys are dressed differently. You'd be shocked how infrequently that happens on the Pro Tour. Everyone dressed the same, looks the same. Shout out to these coaches for making it just a little bit easier for us fans. Meanwhile, 2 good first serves fight off the first 2 breakpoint chances for the Utes. So he's serving here on the near side of your screen. See that third set breaker underway, so this is what you love about early round action here at the Fall Nats. Something good is always happening. We get to show you all of it. Crowley mini break for Case Western. And what a hold for Utah. From Love, 40 down. Now a 6-3, 5-3 lead. We have to stay split, right, folks? You can tell us in the comments. By the way, you can always tell us in the comments what you do like, what you don't like. Here's what I will say. I know many of you will have court requests for particularly to see the people you came on this stream to see. I apologize if we don't always respect your court requests. We're trying to show as much of everyone as possible here this week, so we can't always make everyone happy from a court time footage perspective, but we will do our best to work with all of you. And of course, we want to hear from you. College Tennis Nation, how we feeling about this 2023 upcoming college tennis season? Let us know in the comments section here on YouTube. Again, anything mean you have to say, I ask you to direct to our super producer, Daniel Westoff. Any compliments, at AL Gruskin. You can also just tag at Laura Gruskin, my mother. Honestly, if you compliment me to her, it means more than saying something nice to me. Do feel free to comment, as we see, by the way, mini break lead as Hopper and Aduru got the better Jong and Maxted. Now we're back on serve 3-all as we make the turn there on the left side of your screen. Meanwhile, NC State no longer as young as they were a year ago. This is a season for the Wolfpack. After they reached the round of 16, that was probably a year too soon for the Nucleus head coach Kyle Spencer's cooking up down in Raleigh. We're going to go full screen here on 10 now. Rest assured, super producer Daniel Westoff, if it's 15-all, 30-all, and Utah's closing in on the match point. In fact, Westoff, when they're 2 points away, if they get there, just switch us back to that split screen immediately. He'll keep an eye on 8 for us. For now, we'll stay full screen here. First time in a while, it's TCU up on the scoreboard on serve 5-4. And is that the man, the myth, the legend himself? No, that's got to be. Is that Devin Bowen, David Roditi? I think that's Roditi, TCU men's tennis head coach. As you see, match point chances here for the Utes, as Hopper and Aduru have rebuilt their mini break lead. This is what it's all about, folks. The witching hour here at the ITA Fall National Championships. Just no place I'd rather be here to start of November. And there it is. Good win for Utah. Very, very impressive stuff. Great set win over NC State. Go full screen here now. Look, the match is on Case Western's racket. Again, James Hopper, the fourth year. He's been a top 5 singles, doubles player since the moment just about he walked into the Division III college tennis world. She's playing with the third year Aduru. You see Coach Woj actively coaching these players. And what do I mean by that? You see a couple words after every point. He senses the moment, senses the opportunity, probably more nervous than his players. Back on serve 7-8. And what's the difference in that point? Comes down to one thing, very identifiable. What did Sander Jong do? He took the lob as an overhead. What did Aduru do there? He let the lob drop. That's playing to win from this TCU third-seeded duo, and it sets up a match point. Oh, no. And you see Woj down on one knee. Well, folks, standing ovation. That is a heck of a match. That is a heck of a fight. And look, there's a consolation. So this is not the only action this Case Western duo is going to see, but boy, they were right there. And that's a tough way for James Hopper to miss that volley. You see the coaching staff. That is David Roditi for sure. That's a Roditi move, shaking their hands as if to say, look, how can we not respect that performance? And man, that's going to sting, but what a fight. And look, if you weren't thinking Case Western tennis before, they're now on your radar. What a result. What a fun run. But things carry on here at the ITA Fall National Championships. Alex Gruskin here. I see 8 matches on my scoreboard right now. 15 more to go to get on court. 6 p.m. Pacific time. Just lovely. Lovely. We're on our Cracked Rackets stream. Let's see, where else can we go? Let's go quickly to court 11. Very quickly over to 11, where we're nearing a set point chance for an Illini duo. It's Hooser and Duong taking on Sharabura and Lee of Georgia Tech. I mean, I'm 100% sure Carol Lee plays for Georgia Tech. Yeah, it is the Georgia Tech duo. Okay. The reason I bring that up, as you'll see on your scoreboard momentarily, super producer Daniel Westhoff obviously going to swap out that TCU case scoreboard for the Georgia Tech. Illinois scoreboard we have now. But you'll all see momentarily. Can we just say, and I know this is no one's fault, this is the first time in my life I've seen Georgia Tech referred to as GAT. Not just GT, not G-Tech. I didn't know you called it GAT. That's a first, but okay. You learn something new every day. Right now, the GAT duo going to get on the board in set one. First set to the Illini. It's never too late for a bagel. 6 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Why not? Sixth love here for the Illini. They take the opening set. Let's move over to court number 6. Court number 6 is nearing the finish line. Daniel DeJong, Timmy Zietvogel, the Pepperdine duo again on court number 6, taking on Simon Junk. Chris Liffen, Mississippi duo. Right now, DeJong, Zietvogel. 6-2 4-all lead. I missed that Daniel DeJong for backhand, excuse me. I just missed the ground strokes in general. Dare I say again, a slightly different technique than you're accustomed to seeing. Really gets his shoulder lean into it. Look at head coach Adam Schachterly. Nice little lesson being taught here. He speaks with his veterans, DeJong, Zietvogel. Timmy Z, of course, the lefty at the net. It's Daniel DeJong, top 16 player in the country, serving here. That is gorgeous, though. Great put away at the net. Big hold for Pepperdine. Waves now 1 game away from the round of 16. Let's keep this on the left side of your screen. But super producer Danny Westhoff again as we monitor the finish line of a couple of matches happening across, I was going to say the globe, happening across, the Barnes Tennis Center here on Wednesday night. Can we go split screen with Stadium Court, a place we have not checked in on yet, at least during my tenure. And my 4th hour now, steering the ship, our 8th hour of coverage beginning here on day 1 of these ITA National Fall Championships. Alex Gruskin here. We keep this on one half of your screen, but over on Stadium Court right now, and what a beautiful night it is here in San Diego. Katja Wiersholm, Jessica Alsola, winners of their ITA Regional, currently leading right now. Texas Tech duo of Comac, Taglia. Got this duo, Solo Wiersholm, part of that next generation of just ridiculously talented college tennis players. And I actually did speak about this with the aforementioned John Parsons when discussing the ITA All-American results. It feels like this sophomore class on the women's side. Obviously, the big names, players like, as you see on your screen, Katja Wiersholm. She would be one of them. Of course, Jessica Alsola, rising sophomore, would be another. Think about some of the other sophomores across the country, of course. Carson Tangelical, superstar sophomore for UNC. Savannah Brodus, one half of your top-seeded doubles duo here this week. Again, a lot to like about this sophomore class. Nice lob there as well, though. As we see this duo, Alsola, Wiersholm. Taking on the duo. Piglia from Texas Tech. And the Texas Tech duo gets the hold to extend set number 2. Cows Alsola Wiersholm going to serve to stay alive at 4-5. Meanwhile, let's go full court on 6. There it is. Daniel DeJong. Timmy Zeitvogel. 6-2, 6-4 winners into the round of 16 at the ITA Fall National Championships. Next up for this Pepperdine duo, seeded 5 through 8 here. They'll take on either Louisville's Rodriguez and Sale or UTSA's Magadan and Rodriguez. We'll find that answer out later tonight as our action continues. All right, we've got a third set breaker coming up on 7. So what I'll ask you to do, super producer Daniel Westoff, give me a split screen of center court. We want to see if Alsola Wiersholm can stay alive in the second set. Third set breaker coming up between OSU's Luchanig and Tracy, taking on Charlton and Van de Castile for the Oregon Ducks. That matchup on court number 7. So again, we're going to go split screen here, stadium court. Court number 7, a lot of action happening elsewhere. I know there are a lot of fans with requests for court. I said this earlier. I just want to say it again. I say this lovingly. We're so grateful all of you fans have continued to tune in. That said, if we open things up for individual court requests, I say this lovingly again to all of you. Every single person's parents are going to hop into the YouTube commentary stream and say, hop to my kid's court, please. They need to be the center of attention. So I hope all of you tuning in will allow me to continue to steer the ship. And again, Alex Gruskin here, editor-in-chief for Cracked Rackets. Behind the scenes, it's super producer Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s. I'll say this. We've done a few of these now here at CR. I believe we have a good way of finding balance, trying to show a little bit of everyone. Certainly what we try to do on these cross-court casts, show the most pertinent moments happening on the ground at any given time. So again, I know we've gotten a bunch of requests. All I ask for is patience. Patience, folks. I promise we're going to try and get to everything. Right now, again, Jessica Alsola on the left side of your screen, serving at 4-5 in the second set. Trying to extend that as she and partner Katja Wiersholm up a set on Texas Tech. Meanwhile, on 7, third set breaker about to get underway again. It's Van de Castile, Charlton taking on Luchanig and Tracy. I'll tell you this. I mentioned how I think every D1 coach is going to want a look at James Hopper. I think Quinn Van de Castile is also one of those players that, not that he's leaving Oregon anytime soon, but he's one of those players every coach has their eye on, sneaky admiration of. across the country. So this is actually a really fun matchup on 7 to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, how about this? Set point chances coming up for Texas Tech. Sure, let's go the distance on Stadium. Why not? Expect anything else? It is our 8th hour of coverage here. I think the idea of a quick day at the office is kind of out the window at this point. Again, I'm not sure if we're staying from first ball to last here today. I'll tell you this, we'll have coverage at least through the top of the hour here. This play carries on that third set breaker. We can go full on 7 after this opening point, Westhoff, and then I'll ask you to keep your eye on center court for when that third set breaker gets underway. It's the big ball low center from Luchanik. Let's start 2-7.
Let's go! Come on! Come on!
A lot of size on court right now. This is the all-limb team for Oregon men's tennis. Charlton, Castile. Of course, you're looking at the roster. Vanda Castile now entering. Is it his sophomore season? For some reason, I thought he was a junior. He is a third-year sophomore. There we go. His first season was 2020. Of course, granted that extra COVID year. Oh, no, his first year was 2020, 2021? First season was 2020, 2021. Yet they're both labeled freshman season. I don't know. I'll have to look into the terminology for Vanda Castile, I suppose, moving forward. I'll tell you this, Charlton, I believe, entering his final season of collegiate tennis. Of course, on the flip side, they're taking on J.J. Tracy, Andrew Luchanik. Tracy, of course, through his first 2 seasons, has been downright unbeatable. And look at this. I think J.J. Tracy shaved his head. New year, different J.J. Interessante. Meanwhile, I'll say this. I know we're not supposed to be biased here in the commentary booth, but no individual epitomizes the spirit of college tennis more than Andrew Luchanik. The Luchanik family, dear friends of us here at Cracked Rackets. Andrew's story, the amount of injuries he's dealt with, the perseverance. He's played so much more during his final 2 seasons in Columbus. I'm going to ask all of you, pivot your head to the left now as we've got match points coming up. A handful of them, dare I say, a plethora for Ohio State's Lucianic and Tracy, of course. Worth noting, Ohio State Buckeyes, ITA All-American champions last season. It was, in my opinion, one of the 5 best doubles duos we've seen in men's college tennis over the past 5 years. Mate Votzel, Robert Cash, full pun intended, they were absolute cash throughout the course of last year. Nearly became just the second duo ever to win both the fall individual majors as well as the NCAA doubles title. Fell just short in a third set in the NCAA doubles final. But that's a heck of a start. And look at that. Fall Nationals round of 32. Does Andrew Lucianic care? Absolutely not. It's a 3-set victory. We go full screen now, center court. I know that scoreboard's a bit behind. I honestly am not entirely sure what the score is myself. I do apologize for that fact. Our first overrule, at least I've seen. And I believe the overrule goes the way of Texas Tech, who, of course, incorporating a new coaching staff, are the Texas Tech women here this season. Head coach Adam Herendine coming over, I believe, from Furman. If my brain still works, that is indeed the case. Of course, Coach turned Furman into a top 25 program. Wonders what he can do at a major conference school as well, with the resources of a place like Texas Tech. Middle solves the riddle. And I'll tell you what, again, overrules happen. We're not here to judge. I will say nothing can fire you up quite like that overrule. But they're not going yet. Beautiful sneaker up the line from El Sola, who is the righty in this Cal duo. Wiersholm, the lefty. Missed that one wide, right? Indeed, I believe she did Wiersholm. So again, we do apologize. Not entirely sure. That missed long. Yeah, for sure that missed long. That's a tough call to make after you've been overruled, but that was the correct call. If we can tell it here on our camera of a live stream. Tell you what. Have to be hovering around 8-all pretty soon here. 9-all, excuse me. But no, that's how it's going to end. Oh, my goodness. Comac. Leah. Peru in a third set over this duo of Alsola and Wiersholm. I don't know. That one got funky, folks. I don't know what to tell you. Certainly not the ending we expected. Of course, what a win for the Texas Tech duo, who now will take on Temple University's Jamie Way. Little Temple Texas Tech action. I think if you were trying to forecast, all of us would have written in a second-round matchup between Wake Forest and Cal. Instead, it's Temple Texas Tech. You file that under things you love to see. All right, with that in mind, let's go split screen. I want to go court 11 because it's nearing the finish line. Super producer Daniel Westup, but can we do 11 and 18? 11 and this is tough. 11 and 17. Final answer, 11 and 17. I want to get to 18 momentarily as the first set just wrapped up there, but we have two matches that are just begging to get over the finish line right now. So if we can, split screen 11 and 17. Illinois duo Husser, Duong, 6-love, 5-2. They actually have two match points here, 40-30, so you don't even need the scoreboard, super producer Daniel Westup. That court 11 match, left side of your screen, it's double match point for the returning team. And there it is. What a day at the office, no? No, there it is not. I was ready to celebrate. Don't let me celebrate too soon, folks. Well, again, so it's deuce point, match point. And you see on the right side of the screen, VCU continuing their run of double success. Of course, it was the Bertamon brothers last year at the NCAA tournament, getting the attention of all of us. Right now, VCU 5 points away from the finish line. Take on Arkansas on 17. Meanwhile, there you see it. 6-love, 6-2 win. Wong and Husler. Duo into the second round, where now the Illini are going to take on the duo, wait for it, of they'll either take on BYU or Michigan in the round of 16. Meanwhile, we'll head over, throw a little 18 on your screen as we try to hop around a little bit. I mentioned siblings competing with one another. That's exactly what we've got for the University of Incarnate Word. Brandolin and Lauren Fulgenzi taking on the New Mexico duo Catherine Young, Bonnie Hoppa. Incarnate Word on the far side of your screen. New Mexico on the close side. Meanwhile, how about this? Arkansas 4-3 lead in the second set breaker. They are now 3 good serves away from forcing a third set. this. Arkansas set point chances now. Send their match to a third set on court 17. By the way, that third set breaker for Texas Tech, they took it 10-8 in the third. So we were right. It was 8-9. Very close to a third. Flipping of the ends. Meanwhile, 30 all on 18. Not going to a third yet. Though over on 17, VCU getting away with one there still. Set point on the rackets here. Arkansas's duo of Burdette and Sau. So we are going 3, I believe. Over on 17. Am I wrong? No! 6 all on the turn. Alex, pay better attention. I'm more focused on that deuce side. Left side of their screen. Incarnate Word with the 2-1 lead over on 18. Meanwhile, again, 7 all now. Oh, but now it's 8-7, and now it's a match point again. A set point on the serve for Arkansas. Let's see if they can close things out here with this set. I mean, this is what it's all about, right? Eight all on that court 17. Did it catch the back of the line? Oh my God, it did. Oh, what an ending. What an ending. Or in English, what an ending. And I mean, look, Arkansas can only blame themselves. They had a handful of set points. But ultimately, what a win, and the momentum just continues here for VCU. All right, while these matches have unfolded, 3-6 win, by the way, for Stable and Bobachan. You look for this VCU duo. Can they be this year's Bartman brothers? Of course, that duo so successful for VCU at NCAAs last season for VCU. Now they'll take on the 4th seeds, Luke Schoenig and Tracy of Ohio State. It's only going to get tougher as we progress through this tournament. All right, we've got another 3rd set breaker going on. I'm going to ask we go full screen on court 13. Now, some of you Cracked Rackets fans might get mad at me here, but again, it's a 3rd set. I go where the results dictate. So we're going to go full screen, court number 13. Don't get mad at me, folks, but since I know they're watching, hello, Mom. Hello, Dad, a.k.a. the lovely Doctors Fliegner, who have been everything to me since I was, 14, 15 years old. 2 of the kindest people you'll meet. Their daughter, Julia, rising sophomore, another one of those talented sophomores. Fliegner and Lily Jones. Taking on the Minnesota duo at Costco. So we wail. Always like it even at the first turn, right? 3-all here. Of course, you look for Michigan women's tennis. Again, and I talked about this with her after saying this during the ITA All-American. If you asked Ronnie Bernstein, give me one word to describe Michigan women's doubles in 2022, she would say easy, disaster. Wolverines were under 500 in doubles last season, have already won up that this year. ITA All-American finalists were Jaden Brown, Kari Miller. Now you see here this duo of Fliegner and Jones into the final 32 field at the Fall Nats. I think that's Julia at the net. She was ready. She knew that forehand was coming at her. Good ball from the Gophers, though. And again, Lily Jones, freshman out of Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Julia listed as from Birmingham, Michigan. I know better. Spent too much of her formative years in Clarkston. Don't lie to me, Julia. Yeah, backhand sailed on her a little bit. So mini break consolidated 5-3 for the Gophers. Meanwhile, Minnesota was one of a couple of really solid teams making up that middle tier of the Big Ten last year. And you do feel like this Minnesota team very much in play for the NCAA tournament here in 2023. Good poach. We're back on serve now, 4-5 here. It always is so fascinating, right, to see the difference in coaching styles. Some coaches like to be that interactive, on-court talking between points. Others are fine playing sideline Stroganoff. Sort of offering that word of advice here or there. Tell you what, this is how you know it's getting late. When the hoodie, sweatshirts, and sweatpants come out in San Diego. I know it's November, but us Michiganders, a little bit cold-blooded. Or maybe warm-blooded and we run cold. That's how you know they're cold. Things getting a little chilly. And when things get a little chilly, why do I bring that up? Because that's when the ball just slowly starts to drop in. This happens. That happens. You know, again, a return that may have sailed an hour ago, because the conditions get a little heavier, that ball may drop inside the baseline. Yeah, that's right. And so now, 6-5 mini break back for the Gophers. It's a great serve. It's a great choice. Into the body. As the returner, you're just, you know, again, sometimes as the returner, when the ball is so far out wide, you know, hey, I'm fully stretched here. Maybe I have to go line, or, you know, that ball's a little closer into your strike zone. You think, okay, this is the obvious one. The in-play reflexes to go cross. That body serve, you're just paralyzed as a returner. I think it's the most underutilized, underrated serve in all of doubles. Beautifully employed there by the Gophers. Mini break consolidated 4-7-5. Cut the clip. Seven hours, 49 minutes into our day one broadcast. That might very well be our point of the day thus far. Excellent hands from Michigan freshman Lily Jones. Back on serve, 6-7. And again, those lobs just dropping in now. Seven Wolverines. One highlight reel point from Michigan freshman Lily Jones, and all of a sudden the Wolverines got the big mo. 3 straight points now. Michigan's 2 points away from the victory. Let's see how Minnesota responds. I'd love to see another body serve poach combination here. Oh, no way. First of all, the hands just to extend that point from Minnesota. That was heat into the body, but Lily Jones. The hands. Again, I still think we have another act in this match. Match points for the Wolverines. Love that. Absolutely love that. That's called playing to win. Down match point. You have to be bold. The moment you get passive, that's the kiss of death in tennis. The serve poach combo. I love it. And now it's a match point for Michigan on serve. I don't know. Some smart guy said he didn't think this one was over. Oh, that guy was me. Duh. So 9-all. Again, expect anything different. You haven't been paying attention to this one. You haven't been paying attention all day. And again, Alex Gruskin here. Costco and Wheel went up 7-5. 4 straight points for the Wolverines to take a 9-7 lead. Now 2 straight from Minnesota, 9-all. Middle solves the riddle. By the way, Julia's older brother, Max, one of my oldest, closest friends. Julia just hit a serve harder than Max has ever hit one in his life. That was money from Fleegner, and it sets up match number 3. I can't call her Fleegner. I have to call her Julia. Sorry, folks. It's like if you call your little sister by her last name. Oh, no. And all it is. Yeah, I want more of this. Let's keep playing. I'm bouncing here in the commentary booth. Imagine how all of you are feeling at home. Two lines of thinking. A, if you don't get passed down the line, you're not playing doubles right. You have to be aggressive. You have to look to move. B, that's a heck of a down the line ball. Highest portion of the net. Wasn't the easiest ball to connect on. I love the fight of these Golden Gophers here today. And look at the synchronized bouncing. Intimidation. Match point Minnesota. No. Can we give her a third serve? Is that really how we want this match to end again? It's so tough, but what a match. What a moment. Obviously, this will be a tough one for the Wolverines to process. That said, all of the credit in the world has to go to this Minnesota duo of Annette Koskills. So we feel Golden Gophers fight off 3 match points. They're into the round of 16 where they await either UNC Charlotte or the University of Virginia. But folks, come on now. This is round number 1. We're already getting 3 sets everywhere. This is the fun stuff. So I got the note from our head of production. I can just call him Daniel Westoff, I suppose. But it sounds cooler if I say I got the note from our head of production. We are going to wrap things up here at the top of the hour, or at least on our most natural cutoff point. That's where we're going to stop things here. So we've got one more sequence for all of you. Let's go split screen. I want court 18 to be one of them. And let's go court 12 with the other. Let's go 18 and 12. 18 and 12, super producer Daniel Westoff, as again, we look to wrap our coverage here of day number 1. Now, rest assured, folks, just because we're wrapping day 1's coverage doesn't mean we're wrapping up our coverage entirely. We will have 4 more days of high-level college tennis action for all of you college tennis fans here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. Good matches happening right now across the grounds again. Actually, I love you, court 12. We don't need you. Let's go court 18. This might be our final match here. Let's just do that. Let's go full screen 18 when you have a moment. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Again, it's the sisters or Incarnate Word. Genzi's taking on the New Mexico duo Hop Zhang. Jung. So it's going to be a third set. We decide things here on court number 18. Again, this is going to be our final match here that we're going to cover in its entirety. In the meantime, can we go quickly to 12, Westhoff, and then as soon as this third set starts, you can bring us back. But over on court number 12, again, closing in on the ending to a second set, maybe just a match to put on all of your radars as the Iowa State duo, Kajarun Kazuka, taking on the University of Delaware's Evidalina Askarova. And Alex Gruskin here steering the ship. And no, I alluded to this earlier, but again, if you enjoyed today's coverage, guess what, folks? More days of it coming up here for free, only on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. Mark Bay gonna steer your coverage in the morning. Hand things off to me around 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. As the funkiness continues here, again, the symbolic finish, at least for now, to the fall portion of the college tennis calendar. And we will go full on 18 for that third set breaker, but good point from super producer Daniel Westhoff. Let's let this game finish on 12. Just introduce this to you all, so I want to show you a little Iowa State Delaware action before we lock in on the third. So as we go full screen on these Fulgenzi sisters again, Randallin, 5th year, Lauren, junior. No disrespect to this New Mexico duo, but the 2-year age gap, playing with your older sibling, I empathize and relate to Lauren Fulgenzi quite a bit here today, as I had the opportunity when I was younger. Sophomore year of high school was the first year in life I was just clearly better than my older brother at tennis. And as such, I think it was the first time in life he could accept playing doubles with me. We played together my sophomore year of high school. His senior year, still one of my 3 best memories of my tennis life. So one can only imagine what it means to compete together at even a higher level. So 3-all here as we make the turn. Of course, you look for this Incarnate Word program, again, to have the opportunity to even compete here. At this ITA Fall National Championships. It's already been a record-setting year for the Fulgenzi sisters. They made UIW history, winning the ITA Texas Regionals doubles title, first in program history to accomplish that. Oh, now you know why. Those hands so quick. From older sister Brandolyn, slightly taller of the two, at least according to the information I received, but I believe I saw a parent floating in our YouTube comments earlier who perhaps can correct the record for me. On serve here, 3-4. Meanwhile, on the other side, Papa Jr. transferred in from UConn. Jung in from Idaho. Incarnate Word team 11-11 overall last season. Oh, excuse me. This New Mexico team, 11-11 overall last season. Finished the year 2-7 in conference play. Just looking for anything to sort of get things going. By the way, I talk about the program setting success. I want to read this quote directly from the New Mexico Lobos website. See the second serve coming here. I'll save the quote for afterwards. Nice lob over the head, but this from Frank Mercogliano, GoLobos.com. San Diego, here come the Lobos. Leonie Hope, Catherine Jung didn't let a little format change for the semifinals throw them, and as a result, they defeated a third straight seeded opponent to become the first Lobo women, it is believed, it says in parentheses, to win the ITA Mountain Region main draw doubles title. You gotta love that, because anyone who studied college tennis, as we make the turn here, 8-4, New Mexico leads. Anyone who studied college tennis, sometimes you just kind of are throwing darts at a board when you're looking for college tennis history. And I love that from Frank. Become the first Lobo women, parentheses, it is believed, to win the ITA Mountain Region main draw doubles title. Now, I defer to our friends at the ITA. I defer to our friends at the University of New Mexico to fact check that. But that's awesome. Two historic doubles teams doing battle in round one. By the way, who says the two-handed forehand is dead? I know Monica Seles was probably the last, or the most prominent pro, I should say. But I mean, here in college tennis, we saw Jones, the Michigan freshman, moments ago. Obviously, the Moras pioneering the two-handed forehand. Some two-handed forehands here today. It is not dead, folks. It is not dead, folks. As we see Incarnate Word working their way back. Alrighty. Match points for New Mexico. Not yet.
Have fun, girls. Here we go.
Well, that's a heck of a way to finish things. Short angle passing shot. Tipped at the feet, draws the error. And look, this is the quality of tennis one expected from two historic teams. Again, each of these duos delivering program first, so we think, titles to their respective schools. Ultimately, it's New Mexico 3-6-6-3. 10-7, they get their 7, I believe. They get through in the third set. But again, this match epitomizing what has been such a fun day one of action in San Diego. And look, there's still a little bit more action to go. You saw me step back there, wanted to look at the scoreboard. As of right now, we've got 9 matches currently on court. We've got 7 matches still to get out on court. That's right, folks. Day one still rocking and rolling at the ITA National Fall Championships. Now, this is where we're going to wrap our coverage for the day. 8 hours up, 8 hours down. Super producer Daniel Westoff does need a little bit of time to just reset things, make sure we're ready to rock and roll for day number 2. I also know what some of you are thinking. Alex, you have hair on the top of your head. That's right, folks. Maybe actually what you're thinking, Alex, you own a button-down shirt. That's right, folks. I can dress up when the occasion calls for it. Obviously, it's been tremendous for me to have the opportunity to be here at Tennis Channel for the week, and that is why, before we wrap today's coverage, I have to thank my dear friend Mark Bay, the coach, of course, covering the first half of our 8 hours of coverage. He'll be back tomorrow to steer the ship for the opening half of day number 2. But guess what, folks? The action is only going to get better from here. That's right. We've still got 4 more days. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4 more days of outstanding fall college tennis action. We hope you'll all follow along with us as the 2022 ITA National Fall Championships play out and deliver just outstanding tennis from start to finish. With that said, do you know why we're able to watch all of this tennis? It's because of the work of super producer Daniel Westoff. You never know how to appreciate him properly until you see what he's actually doing behind the scenes. Trust me, folks. I know I'm the pretty face, but trust me, it's all super producer Daniel Westoff behind the scenes making everything happen. Of course, a shout out as always to our dear friends Tim Russell, Joe Gentry, the entire ITA tennis team who, again, move mountains to make these sort of events happen. That said, again, coverage picks up 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. Day 2 coverage we'll have from start to finish. And then, again, quarterfinals on Friday, semifinals on Saturday, finals on Sunday. You think we're going anywhere? No, 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 folks, as this 2022 fall college tennis season begins to come to a close. We'll have coverage of all of it for you here at Cracked Racquets. With that said, for our fantastic super producer Daniel Westoff, the coach Mark Bay, and all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I'm your host Alex Gruskin. You have been watching day one of the 2022 ITA National Fall Championships.
Introducing A-Peak Tennis and A-Peak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that A-Peak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate A-Peak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use A-Peak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate A-Peak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most. The friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience.
Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Universal Tennis lives everywhere. Whether you're jumping back into the sport you love, finding an opponent who can keep you at peak performance, or pushing beyond your mental and physical limits to excel under pressure. Your ideal match is out there. Universal Tennis brings you together. Download the app today and enter a whole new world of tennis.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
congratulations to Fiona Crowley, this year's champion.